have so many people that are willing, that are wanting to hear from you guys to educate us about mental health issues in this time that we're in. I'm an executive producer with Hapawards. I own an insurance company. But here today we are all students, and we're going to learn from those that know more about health and our wellness. Can we start off with Ms. Faye? Ms. Faye, you started with us before, so can you introduce yourself and talk to us about mental health in this period that we're in? And again, before I forget, the topic where we're going to round up to is I am because we are one, Ubuntu. If you don't know what that is, I'll talk to you about it, but I know you all know about it. How do we survive in this era, 2020, with COVID and our mental health? I'll take it over to you, Ms. Faye.
Thank you so much, Monica. My name is Faye Lewis. I am a registered nurse. I've been a registered nurse since 2012. I currently reside in Springfield, Illinois. I travel. I also am the founder of I Nurse to Save mobile application for aspiring healthcare professionals and current healthcare professionals in the field. So I have worked alongside frontline healthcare workers for quite some time, even before the current pandemic, where shortages, nursing shortages, and a lot of things like that caused mental illness even for our frontline workers. We experience those things that in the communities, and a lot of our patients, even though they weren't hospitalized for mental health issues, they suffered from mental health, even people that are going through the disease processes. So for me, the first thing that sticks out for mental health is first recognizing the signs and symptoms of mental health. A lot of people walk around and feel that they are okay and they ignore the signs and symptoms. A lot of times as a nurse, our first initial thing is assessment. There's a lot of people that I come in contact with that, might say that they're okay just by in habit. So a lot of times we ask people and check on people and say, hey, how are you doing? And just by habit stance, they say, I'm okay. But a lot of times there's signs and symptoms that lead up to people that are suffering from mental illness. A lot of times there's not enough access to the support, or people don't know how to access support systems for mental illness. So they have to reach out. There's hotline. There are a lot of people that have support systems in place, whether it's your community, whether it's family. And a lot of times, they provide you with coping mechanisms and how to cope with mental illness, especially right now during the pandemic. There's the fear of the unknown, and that can cause a lot of anxiety. A lot of people are staying away and being isolated from family, friends, loved ones. And that brings us back to our topic of I am because we are one. And a lot of times we don't realize how much we need each other, and this pandemic is separating us. We're using technology to communicate. There's not that physical touch. There's not that, face-to-face that we need in that community. Studies show that a lack of community directly impacts, positive outcomes in our physical health. A lot of times we see loved ones dying, especially in the hospital alone, and different things like that, and that directly affects someone. A person with that support system kind of thrives more so than people that don't. So it's very important that we have one another to make it during times like this.
Yes, thank you so very much. I have Dr. Rodney here with us, who is a medical doctor. And sir, can you tell us a little bit about your thoughts about this mental health in the COVID era, and what people have talked to you about? What are their fears, and mostly when it comes to the African American community?
Absolutely. Can you hear me okay?
Very clearly this time, yes.
Wonderful. I'm so glad I was able to get things connected here. First of all, as mentioned earlier, and I did on a private call, Faye Lewis, just so proud of her. She's a cousin of mine and has done some wonderful things. I'm so excited about some of the things that she's been doing. Me, myself, I've been a practicing physician in internal medicine and pediatrics, trained in the Midwest and Chicago area, and have been practicing in rural Midwest Illinois area for approximately 35 years. The first 30 years of which I worked in primarily African American community and very poor African American community, and also for the last 3 years now I've been working in a fairly affluent, very rural area that happens to be probably 98% not African American. So I've had a little taste of those communities, and very excited about having an opportunity to speak here. As mentioned, mental health has become a major issue during this COVID crisis. The biggest issue has been that people, particularly in the African American community and the African community, really shun going to a mental health professional. It's considered something against our strength to say that we're not able to cope well. And so it looks like a sign of weakness. And so that's kind of how we look at mental health. And so we don't go for help when help is very much needed. So psychologists and psychiatrists in our communities tend to not get utilized as much as they should. And so it ends up falling on the primary care professional. Myself, I'm not a psychiatrist. I'm, as mentioned, an internist and a pediatrician. So I see adults as well as children with medical illnesses. But I have to practice, probably 60% of my practice at least is dealing with mental health issues. In order to be a complete physician, I actually have to do that. So I have to deal with those issues front forward. And I also have realized during this pandemic season, we're concerned about the mental health of children as well as the mental health of adults. But studies are showing now that actually children are much less affected by this COVID crisis than adults are. There are articles being written now showing that the children, because they're able to get adequate sleep, they're not having to wake up at the crack of dawn because they don't go to sleep at proper times anyway. And so they're not having to wake up at the crack of dawn to actually to go to school. School is right there, starting probably in many cases 2 hours earlier than than they normally would. So they're able to sleep in, which is kind of natural for their growth. So children actually are, and they tend not to fret about issues that we have to as adults fret with. We're worried about the economic crisis. They don't have to worry about that. They live in households where they may already have those kind of issues taken care of. So those are the issues that they deal with. So mental health for children and adolescents, of course, we are seeing a higher incidence of depression and anxiety in those populations as well, but definitely nowhere near as much as we're seeing in the adult population. And I have the opportunity to deal with both. So I'm thinking that, as we round the corner, and we have not done that yet, although there are some that will say we have, as we round the corner, I do believe that we will see more mental health professionals coming out because the need is now being exposed. So I'm hoping that will be the one thing that will be positive about this whole COVID crisis, is that people will actually realize how important mental health is, because and how important it is, as Faye mentioned, that we are together. And because we are one, absolutely makes sense. We do need each other, we need family. And actually the children have fared better because they're now with family more often. They're actually sitting down to meals with their families. And that actually has been shown in many cases to be very positive to that that child's mental health is actually having the opportunity to have family time, to have sleep time, to have time where they actually sit down and eat together. All of those things are very important, and hopefully we'll realize how important they are as we come out of this crisis. I don't want to take up more time, but if you have other questions, I'll be ready to answer.
I have a question for you. First of all, thank you for joining. My name is Miranda. I'm a writer. I've done a lot of writing in the healthcare space, specifically with Cedars-Sinai and the hospital systems out here. And you said something very important, which was mental health is connected to physical health. Can you just expound upon that for the people who are worrying and having anxiety and trying to put it on the back burner or sweep it under the rug? Why it should be just as important as eating healthy?
I'm very happy to answer that because I had to go through many hours of talking to patients about how important their mental health is, even without this crisis. I mean, even during a regular time, your mental health is as important as your physical health. There is no one thing that's more important than the other. They actually are equally important to your overall health. And I would actually throw in not just your mental and physical health, but also your spiritual health is very important. And it's important to be that whole person, that mind, body, and spirit that we talk about is so very important to our overall health. So yes, it is equally as important to understand that mental health, physical health, and spiritual health are all intertwined and as important in every aspect. And when you are able to be balanced in all of those three areas, I found that those people are the healthiest. They tend to live longer, they tend to live healthier, they tend to actually, if you look around, they do become wealthier, if not in money, but definitely in how they feel about life.
Faye, I see you nodding your head while I'm speaking. What does this bring up for you?
Yes, I totally agree that the just from the healthcare professional, the perspective of the patient, we see as holistic care, and we see how patients that are more stable in all areas of life, where they incorporate all of those, they have better outcomes. And in life, even when we follow up with patients in the outpatient setting, a lot of times they live, like he said, they live better, they live longer, they have better outcomes. So I just totally have seen that in current practice, that patients that not only their mental, but their physical and their spiritual health are all intact, or they're seeking help, they have better outcomes.
I had my daughter talk to me. She's first year in university right now, and she's pre-med in the path. And as an African mother, my daughter came to me and said, "Mommy, look at what's going on in the healthcare industry. You wanted to go be a doctor?" I said, "No, you wanted to be a doctor. This was what you wanted to do. What are you thinking?" There's a lot of stress with people that are in the industry right now that go and a lot of them get tested every day. How has this affected the people in the healthcare industry? Do you guys have to continuously take the COVID test just to be safe? How has that affected, like you as a nurse going into society and being tested every day? Has this affected you a lot? And have you heard from nurses talk to you about their profession? How do they feel in this era, thinking about this in an aspect of mental health?
There was a lot of burnout before the COVID era. There's a shortage of nurses, there's a shortage of frontline healthcare professionals, and the COVID-19 pandemic just added to that. Right now they're outsourcing. They're doing, there's more travel nursing that's going on, where they're pulling nurses from different areas to travel and stay, to where they can fill that void, that gap of, not having enough staff. The ratios are going up, the nurse-to-patient ratios are going up in the field, and that creates more stress. There's longer hours, And then also healthcare professionals, when they are in contact with a positive person, then they're isolated from their families. So there's a lot of frontline healthcare workers that has to separate themselves from their families so that they, for their safety. So that causes a lot of stress. And also a lot of times we care so much for the patients that we're caring for, we forget about ourselves. So then that's when you give out more than you're getting in, and your cup just become empty. So it's very, very important that we seek counsel and therapy for ourselves. So a lot of times, some of the hospitals and the healthcare areas are providing that support for the frontline workers. So that's very key that you utilize, because it could be there, but a lot of times we have to utilize those resources that are available to us.
Thank you so very much on behalf of Hopper. We are blessed to have, every day I see a nurse or doctor, anyone in the medical field at the front end, I say thank you, because we never really talk about things like this until now. It's something that I think God is making us reevaluate our lives to see what really matters, And doctor, when it comes to people, we talk about children and family, there's some people that are alone in their homes. There are no kids, there are no families, and they're just there by themselves. And a lot of people, mostly people that are drug addicted, people that have been rebounding, that have been getting their lives together, and getting back into drugs. People are getting drunk, people are getting into all these bad things again. How do you advise them if they're listening? How can they get themselves back to that place of, putting themselves back to the normal? How do you educate a person to say, hey, listen, don't go back to where you were before. Go forward. What can you advise a person like that is no families, nobody, staying in their own place at this time?
It's very difficult for those individuals because they don't have an outside source. So in the case of an individual that comes to me and talks to me about those things, which many times when there are addictions, they have to kind of dig it out as a physician. They may not necessarily tell you all the things that they're into. So you have to kind of dig it out as a physician. And first of all, once you realize what the addiction is and the issue with that addiction, it's very important to be able to direct those folks to the proper people that deal with addictions. But beforehand, they need to understand that they're dealing with the addiction themselves. And so they have to accept it. And so I'm very good about sitting down with them to talk to them, not using the word addiction, of course, but letting them know that this is a problem that we'll need to deal with together. And again, I always speak in terms of we have to deal with the problem together. As mentioned earlier, it really helps when the physician can actually sit down with the patient and actually have that patient understand what it is that they are working with the physician to actually deal with the issue. They're not all alone in this. So even though they be alone at home, they understand with frequent visits sometimes to the primary care physician, they may be able to overcome those things, just having those conversations, talking about those things, giving them alternative things to do, going for walks, taking time to pray, being on the phone, doing Zoom connections with people. You don't have to be socially distant, as we call it. You have to be physically distant. And so what I encourage people to do is, and I use that term a lot because it's used over and over again about about social distancing. We do not want to socially distance ourselves from anyone. We actually want to physically distance ourselves. You would be surprised how many people enjoy being on Zoom with family members, with friends. FaceTime was a huge thing, and now we can do it in a Zoom. It's a wonderful thing to take the time to do that with family. And also, we found that even with our church services, that we can do Zooms as a church service. We can find all kinds of ways to actually connect without necessarily just physically connecting. So when it comes to addictions, the us, one, that's what makes us whole, is really being with others. So it's really important that that I, as a physician and other physicians and nurses, take the time to sit down with those people, talk with them, let them know they're not alone, and also help them to connect with others, but also help them to connect with their physical health, as we mentioned. And then if they need further mental health help, they need to understand that it's a normal thing to have stress. And how they deal with it is really more an issue as opposed to just having stress. Everyone has stress.
Thank you so much. Miss Miranda, I want to ask you, as a writer, as a person that is out there seeing different people, how would you explain when you hear people say, oh, it's the blacks that are dying more blacks are dying in this COVID, it's because we're not educated enough. How would you talk to somebody that tells you such a thing about this COVID and corona and black people? How would you defend yourself to someone telling you something like this?
I think that it's really important to, as a writer, the first thing that you learn is that you have to vet your sources. Right now, there's just too much information. It is trying to drink from a fire hydrant, so to speak. There's just too much coming at us. From the television, you read the news, even when you just are pumping gas, they now have the TV at the gas station. You can't avoid information. So what I would tell people to do is, we all have that family member who sends us the Facebook message or posts the really horrifying story. Try, if you can, for your mental health, to vet your sources and don't believe everything you see. Make sure that you know where to go. As Faye said, the CDC, the World Health Organization, have a little bit of a digital detox around how you consume information around COVID, because it might tell you, Dr. Alfred said that your spirituality is much a part of your health as anything. And if you're constantly seeing that African Americans and Africans are dying to us more, and that gets into your head, that's something that you don't want to take in and process and have a self-fulfilling prophecy, unfortunately. We have to be very, very concerning and discerning when it comes to the medical information that we consume. And even ask your healthcare provider, where do I go for the right information? Your healthcare provider can also let you know where they go for the latest news. And I think that's an important question.
Yes, thank you. I just feel that, now we have the topic going all over the place. Black Lives Matter, we have people talking about, everything when it comes to black is like in the bottom. I don't like that. I don't like that topic. I don't like people telling me that I matter, because I know I matter. But I just feel that there's a way we can educate our black people and the world in general, that we're all the same. And if blacks are dying more because of COVID, there has to be a root cause as to why this is happening. It's not just because we're black, it might be because of certain reasons. Doctor, what do you think about that talk? Because as a doctor, I'm proud to see you sitting as a medical doctor, and I see Faye as a nurse and in a secretary. And I'm an owner of an insurance company. We are very educated people, and we're doing good in society. How do we educate people to stop looking at us that we are not? I mean, do you understand where I'm coming from? I want people to look at themselves and say, yes, I am blessed. And no, the reason why this person is dying of COVID is because maybe they didn't follow certain rules, not because of our skin color. So what's your take on this wave that's going on in society right now?
I'm so glad you asked that question. I have to answer that question quite frequently. The answer to the question is, one, if you look at the numbers, there are more African Americans dying from COVID. There's no question about it. Are we being less careful than others? No, that's not the issue. We die of illnesses regularly, and the education part is an issue. There's no question about it. We use a lot of the education that we get and we grow up with is information that we get from our parents, grandparents, and people that may not be medically astute. And so we do get a lot of our medical information from sources that are not necessarily astute in what's going on right now. And so that's one of the issues. Another one of the issues, of course, is our diet. Because we do tend to eat a highly seasoned or salty diet. That does have an effect. We don't always access the fresh fruits and vegetables that we should. We don't always do all of the right things that actually can cause our bodies to exist longer. So those are some of the issues. The education is an issue, diet is definitely an issue, exercise is an issue. We tend not to exercise. If you look at the population of Africans and African Americans, we tend to not exercise as much as the general population. We may work harder. I'm going to repeat that. We may work harder, but we don't exercise. There's a difference between exercise and work, and we have to understand that. Just because we work hard and get big muscles doesn't mean that we're actually getting the exercise that we need, or the type of exercise that we need in order to strengthen what's the most important muscle in our body, and that is the heart. So we don't do that enough. So we need to really, kind of hone in on that. The Black Lives Matter, I do want to comment on that. I was initially not a fan of the term until I thought about it a little bit more. We have not mattered for so many years. We've been put down for so long that we have to look at and say, we do matter. It's not that others don't, and it's not at the exclusion of others. It's just that we do matter. And so we have to let other folks say, yes, we matter. We're as important as you are. And so I think it's more an equalizing measure as opposed to an issue saying that we're so much better than someone else. And I think that we have to make sure we communicate that better. Because I think the communication many times sounds as if we're saying that we matter and others don't. And so we have to be very careful as we have that discussion with those that don't look like us. Because I agree, we're all similar inside. Not the same, because there are some issues that do happen more in the African and African American population than happens in other European types. There are some diseases that are more common in some folks more than others, and that's just the fact. But we need to, I take that as an opportunity to educate, because if I find that we do have a higher incidence of dying from COVID, that's an opportunity in my mind to actually have the education to talk about, I think it is an advantage even, to say that because we have such a problem with this illness, then we have to be extra careful. We have to be extra careful around our parents and grandparents, because we're more likely to get them the disease. So that's how I deal with it. I look at it as an advantage to say that, look, because we are more likely to get and die from this disease, then we need to take even better care of ourselves than we normally would. So it does help to just have that conversation and turn that dark cloud into some form of a silver lining.
Thank you so very much. Ms. Sir, what are your thoughts about this?
So as we had talked about before, a lot of times, like he said, there's things, comorbidities that's more prevalent in the Black community that causes us to be more at risk of complications of COVID-19. And a lot of times, even in the healthcare field, the healthcare access, there's a lot of social determinants, the communities we live in, the food we eat, and a lot of things like that plays a huge part in, and like I said earlier, in our community, sometimes Blacks live in closer communities. So a lot of times it's not as possible to physical distance, not necessarily social distance, since I'm gonna change my wording now. I like that, not awkward. So to physically distance ourselves, because we live in close, there's sometimes several generations in one household. You have grandma, you have mom, then you have the child. So that's why in the Black community, sometimes there's certain things that, you know, put us at higher risk, and that, like the prevalence of diabetes, obesity, has a lot to do with our weight. And then, you know, sometimes when you do studies, certain populations, I know I studied the Chicago area in Illinois, and there's certain zip codes that because they're impoverished, that they get certain things, certain diseases, certain things that, you know, sometimes I'm like, well, let me look at my area. No, but you know, there's certain things, there's grocery stores, you know, you can go down to the how much access to fresh fruits and vegetables that community have, how many grocery stores are there in that community. It comes down to all, you know, all the way to not only what we eat, you know, our financial stability, you know, our resources that are available and things like that, that all encompasses, you know, why we are at such a, you know, higher or a disadvantage when it comes to recovering from an illness like this.
Yes, thank you so much. I want to hear your perspective as to what they're talking about, because if I was hearing it right, Doctor, when he was talking about the Black diet, exercise, the food, and Ms. was talking about our culture also being like packed in the same area, do you think education has a lot to do with it? Will this help us? Are we living together? Are people more likely, African Americans, more likely to live together and get this disease due to the fact that many of them are not educated enough to buy out and move on with their lives? Or do you think it's just a cultural issue?
Well, I think that there is something called healthcare competency, understanding how a health system works. Faith is something very important. She talked about social determinants of health. And I published research with Dr. Roberta Kapp in the University of Colorado. She went to Harvard Medical School, and she came from a low-income family, and she lost her mother to cancer because her mother was using the emergency room as primary care. And I think that there's a lot of us, people of color, who do not have a primary care physician, maybe don't have a family doctor who they can call and say, I've just tested positive for COVID, what should I do? I think that lack of access to information is something that we really need to work on, because going to the emergency room for primary care is clogging that system. When someone comes in and needs to be triaged because they've been in a car accident, and you're sitting there because, you know, you might be asymptomatic with COVID, you're not in the right place. So I think we need to educate people about what do you do with what symptom, where is the right place, and we need to connect patients with providers so that they can get long-term care, is what I think.
But I want to go back to you, I need to talk to me in the perspective of our family, because we're having a lot of African Americans dying, and Dr. said that, and Ms. Faye said that too. So is it like we have to mentally restructure our ways of life? Because we are all clubbed in the same locality, in the same vicinity, that we're more likely to get this disease. I am from Africa, and I'm in America, and I know that I need to get a primary care doctor. I know that I need to see a doctor. So I know that African Americans and Africans and us Black know these things. We need a little bit more education on that. You know, some people don't. But do you think that if we all try to disperse ourselves away from each other, do you think this might help society? Because we're not going to keep talking about this. We must find solutions. And I think what's happening in society right now, we have to make us change our mindset. I need everyone to answer this question. I'm going to start with you, Miranda, because in a way, a lot of people are listening to this. I want us to go with something where we learn something, a thing or two. You know what I'm saying? Please just talk a little bit about that. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the key action steps for mental health and for health in general, again, are to designate sources. for your care before you need it.
Yes.
What we learned from this pandemic is suddenly a lot of people need care, and there's hospitals are getting overrun. Have your care plan ready. I'm in Los Angeles, where we are having lots of fires, and they talk about having your fire plan if you have to evacuate. Have your care plan ready. Know how to navigate the healthcare system that you need. Make sure that you understand that you don't have to only call your healthcare provider or your healthcare system when you're sick. You can also call for other reasons. If you want to reduce stress, if you want help stop smoking cigarettes, you can call your healthcare provider. So I really want people to feel as though for their mental health during COVID especially, to have that care plan. You may not have COVID right now. However, you don't know what tomorrow or the next day will bring. Are you prepared? Do you know who you're going to call? Do you know how you're going to get yourself help? And that actually, I think, translates into helping your community and Ubuntu and your family. When you take care of yourself, you're actually helping your community. And thank you.
I love that. Thank you. Dr. Rodney, what are your thoughts?
I'm trying to put together a number of thoughts now. There's a number of things that you talked about the distancing of ourselves. I think we as a people, both African and African American types, we need to see more of the world. We need to see the world for what it is. And so if we see that, we can actually see that, yes, we have a great advantage here in the United States, but there are some other communities, some other areas that are doing well as well. And so we can take some of those things that we learned from other people, other cultures, and mold those into our own culture, so that we don't, so we take away some of the negative things that we have, and actually bring in some of the very positive things that we can learn from other communities. I really do believe we need to be more active in our communities, even in the political arena. We need to be more active so that we are not having to complain so much about what our political situation is, but actually be a part of changing it. So we also need to definitely be a part of our mental, physical, and definitely our spiritual health. We need to be more involved with that ourselves, so that we understand how important each of those areas are to our living. We need to find out if we're in those those zones where there are food deserts, and my cousin Faye so adequately mentioned, it is so important when you are in these areas that don't have grocery stores, that don't have fresh produce. There are a lot of areas like that in the Chicago area and in many other areas in our communities. And so that is a problem, and we need to try to fix that. Our entrepreneurship can come out. We can become farmers. Why not? We can, buy land and actually do our own farming and feed our communities, or look to some that are already doing that. And why do we have to go so far to get our fruits and vegetables? Our fruits and vegetables are going to be very close to us in our own communities. We can grow them ourselves in our communities, have those fresh produce. So there's so many things. I mean, I could list on and on. It would take me a full hour to tell you all of the kinds of things we can do to help our community be better communities. There is no one thing. There's a lot of things. And so we need to sit down and actually talk about those things, discuss how we're going to do it, and actually put it into action.
Thank you so much, Doctor. And Ms. Faye, what are your thoughts?
So the first thing that came to my mind when was prevention before intervention and being proactive instead of reactive. A lot of times there's so many things that can be prevented, and we don't do the things that take those preventative measures, like going to the doctor. Nothing's wrong with me, and why would I go to the doctor? But to do my routine checkups to make sure nothing is wrong, then that's that prevention before intervention. Because now when we, a lot of times, there are cancers that are, you do your preventative steps, that, they catch it at an early stage, and then now, you can still live on life. But a lot of times we lack the prevention, those preventative measures, not having a PCP, and then when we find our cancer, they're at an advanced stage, and now, we're losing loved ones for things that could have been prevented if we took those steps. So my main thing is, prevention over intervention and being proactive instead of reactive.
Thank you so much, and remember, we're going to have you wrap this up for us, and we've all learned so much. I have learned a lot from you all, so I'll have you help us wrap this up, talk to us your thoughts, and if there's any questions before we wrap up, we'll answer them. Okay, you're on mute.
Technology, we're adapting to a new normal. I'm just so excited that we were all able to come together. And first and foremost, before we close out, I just want to say thank you so much to our two participants from the healthcare field. You are heroes. And I just want to say that you were heroes before, you're even more so now, and that we appreciate you. I don't know how often we as people of color in our workplaces, if we get appreciated. I hope you get appreciated. I saw Dr. Alford has a 5 out of 5 rating for his practice. He is, on top of it. So I just want to say congratulations on just making it this far and not getting discouraged. And because the two of you are not discouraged, you're able to encourage everyone who's listening to this, around the world. I guess that's it for this panel. Thank you so much. And I'm really excited and glad that we were able to get really to the root of what we can do. We talked about a lot of action steps, and I think that's really important.
Thank you all so much. I guess the question is Dr. and Ms. Faye, thank you all so much. I learned a lot, and hopefully you guys will tune into the next section. I think we are having some more business discussions, so I'll see you guys up there, or tomorrow at the live show.
Only anytime.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Good to see you. Good to see you. Are we ready to take this off? Today we're talking about economic growth in Africa, and the team of this year's business roundtable, we're talking about I am because we are one. Ubuntu. Many of you might not know about this topic, but we can talk about it, and I'll tell you what your perspectives are. We're going to wait a little and see if we have Ms. Sean on this panel with us. And also we're waiting for Ms. Julius. In the meantime, can you introduce yourself to us, Terry? Can you give us an introduction?
Absolutely. First of all, it's a pleasure and an honor to be here once again. Certainly in some uncertain times that we come together today. I know last year at this time we were all in LA, doing some fantastic things and having a great time. My name is Terry Stevenson. I'm the editor-in-chief of Impact Atlanta, International Fashion and Beauty Magazine. I am here coming to you live from Atlanta in my home office, where it has become a 20-hour day for me. 6 days a week, this is where I spend most of my time. I am, as I mentioned, the editor-in-chief of Impact Atlanta as well as Impact Detroit. We are also an international magazine where we have a very broad African platform. We have partnered with the Hapawards since its inception. We're very excited to be here to speak with you about rebranding your business and reinventing yourself during COVID-19. And again, it's an honor to be here.
Thank you. And can you give us a little background about the resume about you, please? Okay, I think you're muted.
Hi, I'm Renee Elkins. It is absolutely an honor to be a part of the Hapawards. I'm just ecstatic. Really can't express how I feel, especially in this unprecedented time with COVID taking over. I'm going to say pretty much COVID is everything. And actually, it's a blessing that I am off today because usually I'm at the hospital working on the front lines, working with patients with COVID, and then also since COVID, I'm an executive producer for motion pictures, and I'm a COVID nurse on set as well. So, being able to keep actors, cast, and crew safe. So that has been challenging as well, but I enjoy it. I really enjoy it. So I'm in Los Angeles right now, originally from Baltimore, Maryland, and I came to California to work as a travel nurse. And just love the weather, of course, California. And I've just been here, and it'll be 5 years come January that I've been in California for 5 years. Also, I've been in both parts of California. Northern California, where I was at Stanford. That was I love the experience, but there is a difference between Southern California and Northern California. Like I said, these times have been challenging. Being on front line, working with patients with COVID, and I have to tell you that it's not a thing where patients come in a hospital, they get this magic drug and say, oh, I feel good, I can go home. So it's not, they don't get this magic potion like they have at Walter Reed. But like I said, working with these patients have been challenging. But when they get to go home, it's like, oh my goodness, it's exciting. Then in fact, some hospitals have a happy time when we stay across the hospital when patients are actually discharged who have had COVID. So pretty much my topic is just reinventing yourself in the new era with COVID. So I'm excited to tell about my experience with COVID.
Actually here talking about economic growth in Africa. So yeah, that's a topic that we're going to focus on here. And I'm not sure if you got in here at the wrong Zoom. It's fine. We can do we can go with the flow. Here we have Mr. Sean Kizzy here from all the way from South Africa. Ma'am, thank you very much for joining us all the way from that place in your area. Can you give us a brief resume about yourself, Ms. Sean?
Hi everybody. First of all, I'd like to say thank you very much to have us for having me. I'm excited. I'm Sean Kizzy. We're going to start a TV show for Kizzy. I'm a businesswoman, a philanthropist, and I come all the way from South Africa in a small township called Hapawards. That's me.
Lovely. My name is Monica. I know you're sitting here. I'm one of the executives at the Hopper, and I own an insurance company here. I'm a businesswoman, and during the time of COVID, we're going to just reverse this right now and talk about reinventing the brands during COVID. And sorry, like I said, because of all the technical craziness, and that's what's going on with COVID. And what happened is that we have to readjust ourselves and set our brains. So right now we're going to just keep on and focus on running yourself during COVID. During COVID, let me just give you a brief background about myself. I have been working. A lot of people are sitting at home because of COVID. We have to close our companies, and the government said they cannot go outside. So as a business person, I have to think, how can I make my business work? How can I change myself around this new normal? So I have come up with a lot of different things that have worked for me, but I want to give it to you guys first to talk about what has worked. So far, my business is winning. While you are crying and they'll say, hey, no job, we're not getting paid. Some of us are making money because we're rebranding ourselves. We're trying to make so I'm going to take it back again to you. Tell to talk to us about how you are making it work in this era of COVID. And again, I want to say that the question of this committee, again, the theme of this year is I am, because we are one. So let's look at it from that perspective. Thank you.
Absolutely. And again, thank you, Monica. I really appreciate it. And again, it is a pleasure being here because it has been quite challenging these last 8 months, trying to regroup and stay afloat during these horrific times. I do want to speak with you about a topic that is near and dear to me only because I had to do it, and we constantly do it as a magazine or publication. It is imperative and pertinent that we stay relevant. Okay, so most people think of rebranding as new colors, new logos, things of this sort. But what we fail to realize and what I've learned what is rebranding? What is your biggest reason for the rebrand? When should you rebrand? And some things that we should consider in our rebranding is what does our logo look like? What are new designs? What's new to the visual? I do want everyone on this panel and those that are listening to understand that those things are not rebranding, okay? Those are redesigning. But we want to make sure that we're clear on what the difference between rebranding and redesigning is, okay? And because things are kind of slow and we're working in uncertain times, it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to rebrand. Your brand is your collateral, okay? But it's not a component or the component of your brand, right? So rebranding is really an emotional shift, okay? Which brings me to where we are at this time during COVID-19. We become very emotional and work off from a business place because we think of one, am I gonna go under? Since I can't go out and do the things that I'm accustomed to doing to generate revenue or exposure. So it's emotionally taxing. It's interesting because I've actually been on, not necessarily participating in some of the previous panels, but certainly listening to the information that was brought forth from mental illness and some of the other platforms. And it is imperative in our rebrand that we remain mentally healthy so that we can make the conscious and righteous decisions on what's best for our brand, right? So we can look at changing the direction of our business and our brand. So some of us, and I'm not sure exactly what type of business individuals are on this panel, but I can speak to retail, where there's face-to-face or contact, when you rely on foot traffic. We need to look at changing that experience, changing the role of that environment. It's a shift. We have shifted in our customer base, right? Because people are not coming in, we're not exchanging anything, we're not having that conversation. So what we do now, rebranding is we reach out and we speak to social media, a big platform. We find partnerships with different individuals or companies or establishments like ours, or have a customer base that what we have to offer can reach out to them or be perfect to them. Nonprofit organizations is another great form of rebranding, partnering with the nonprofit. And in lieu of our team here, it being as one, because we are one, I had partnered with Chief Joseph. He's the chief of the Maasai tribe in Kenya. I met him at the Hapawards last year. We exchanged great conversation for 3 days, and so we kind of connected and bonded, and definitely I stayed in contact with him throughout this time. And his village is having it really hard. They're having it really hard. And so while most of us are worrying about branding and rebranding our businesses and reinventing ourselves, we forget about our brothers and our sisters that are in those spaces that can't even eat. They can't even eat. And so what we've done as part of our brand here at Impact Manor, we partnered with Chief Joseph, and we have sent donations periodically. We've partnered with friends and relatives to gain some sort of some funds for economic donations so that they can just simply eat. That's another great way of exposing your business and their branding. Okay? So one of the number one reasons to develop a better or stronger relationship with your consumers, we create a change in our experience. Right? We look at our websites. I know that all of us, if you have a business, you have a website. So I say think about putting those email signatures on your website from your staff so that people can contact their staff members directly. Because there's no other way, right? Social media links, attach those to your website. Our publication, make sure that all of our colors are big and bold colors, beautiful colors, positive colors, things that make people feel good, warm and fuzzy. Put stories in the book that are not negative and not solely of the place that we're in right now, but stories that people enjoy reading about and make them feel good. Right? So we need to be the positive link to what's really going on that's a negative effect to our lives. How do we know as far as an employee surrounding people around me that are like-minded? Right, they have the same idea, the same general idea of where we are. They can feel and see the vision. Okay? Let's talk about a reaction to COVID-19 as it relates to rebranding our business. Okay? So we want to ask ourselves a couple of questions. Are we active? And I heard that in the previous panel, it triggered something in my mind. It says, are you active? Or are you reactive to rebranding your business, right? Or to the negative effect of COVID-19? How are we find ways to reconduct our business today? For example, again, as a publication, we talk about how to make our product more visible, right? Again, our color more noticeable. Taking advantage of our social media platforms and making our products accessible outside of the norm, right? Because people can't go into these stores and buy these things. Online optics are prevalent and for the most part saving many businesses. So if you haven't engaged in that part of rebranding your business, look at the optics that your business has as people are trying to find it. They can't find you anymore. Only way they're going to find you through social media or, Google. Make sure your Google is up to date, right? Advertising. Because I am a publication, it's very important that I reach out to businesses that are willing to advertise because we do have a great social media platform. We have over 5 million viewers in Africa alone. So people go to Napster.com, which is the largest digital platform for digital magazines. And they reach out, so that means that other businesses need to reach out to us so that they advertise because we have a great optic. So I employ and encourage everyone on this Zoom right now, or that's viewing or even hearing my voice, to look for those avenues that you can advertise and market your business with other companies that have a large outfit platform to grow your business. So it's not necessary to change logos, change colors, locations, paint, and all these sort of things, because guess what that does? It confuses the consumer. They don't get a chance to know who you are. Studies show that 7 to 8 views or 7 to 8 options or look at your particular logo is when it actually sits in. It takes 3 to 5 years for your business to actually successfully grow and be successful. So you have to give your current brand the opportunity to grow and build it internally. Because again, remember, at the forefront of my conversation, it is a perception of what people think your business is. And then how they emotionally internalize what you have to present to them, making it a strong communication with you, with them, the consumer. Right? And then our last point, and then I'll move on to let you guys move on to something else. Think about, has your target audience changed? Right? So are we marketing to people in a specific age group? Are we marketing to people within a specific demographic? So we have to look at where the shift has taken place. So we have to be more conscious and narrow it down to the people that we actually need to communicate with, that are like-minded, like we are, because that's who we're speaking to. If I'm speaking to you and you speaking to me and we're not on the same page, you're not interested in what I have to say, nor am I interested in what you have to say, right? So we would want to resonate. So we have to look at who our target market is. We have to be diverse and willing to adjust in the times that we're in. Okay? So there's a reason God did not put eyes in the back of our heads. So we need to stop turning around and continue to move forward and have faith in God, because we know that He has our back.
Thank you so very much. I'm sure a lot of people have questions for you. I'm going to go to Renee, but I want to ask you this question, Terry. Just all the changes you've done during COVID, has the business gone up? Have you seen a negative impact in your budget, in your pocket, or are you still in the same stagnant area, or are you going up in this area?
I think from an optical presence, we have gained, I would say, about a 40% increase in our optics. And that's simply because we have focused more on the social platform than we did previously. We have a hard copy publication that can be purchased either through our website or through the Impact Atlanta, by the way, it's Impact Atlanta International Fashion and Beauty Magazine. So you can either purchase through the website or through Amazon.com, which is for the hard copy. And for those that like to or not interested in having paper, then you go to the master.com. And so yeah, there has been a 40%, at least a 40%, and I may be off a little off on the numbers, but I'm fairly close, the percentage of increase in our optics from the social platform. Okay? Even from our revenue, simply because we're featuring stories that people want to read. We are allowing common people to be in the book, common individuals that we find on social media that reach out to us and say, hey, I got a story. So we allow them to publish their stories. They tell their friends, they tell their families. So instead of a one book purchase, it's not a 20 or 30 book purchase. You know, and so it's working like that. So it definitely has been horrible, but it has had a positive effect on the brand of our business.
Thank you so much. I'm going to go to Sharon. Sharon, I want you to talk a little bit about yourself and tell us
what's working for you, how you rebrand yourself, how do you stand out, how you just way that everybody knows you must be doing something right. So I'm sure the others will want to hear from you to educate us about how you're rebranding yourself and how you're making yourself stand out. Thank you, Gabby. For me, I'm in the men's territory, I'm in the men's industry, which is the construction, and what we have learned in our field, I have to attend a lot of meetings before I have to sit into boardrooms, back-to-back meetings. For me, the rebranding that we have learned, we have learned a lot of technology. We are able, number one, we are saved from the office space. We realize that as much as we are so attached to the office space, we wake up in the morning and we realize that it was an expense that was unnecessary. Our rebranding now, we have moved into technology, buying computers for everybody else and having our Zoom calls or Zoom meetings. That's the rebranding that we have gained, and it has saved us money. Number one, it's paying for office space. Number two, when we're at the office, you entertain people when there's meetings, it has saved us that money as well. And it has taught us that we don't need to have a lot of staff. We've converted from having the physical staff doing the actual work, and we've converted it into having the machines. If you have the machines, there's less people that actually do the work for you. So, and for us, I think the main thing that has happened on the rebranding is to realize the power of technology. And I'm talking about the construction side there. But when it comes to talk about soccer, I've seen the power of the social media. The social media is very powerful, and for us, we never used to pay so much focus into the social media. We were playing our football, soccer, and people used to come to the stadium to actually watch the match. But now we need to be able to update them on the social media. And now we are using the social media as our marketing platform. It's giving us income on the social side, because now the more you're receiving the followers on your social media, people to know what is happening on the stadium as well, it assists us as the soccer team to make extra income. We have people talking in the background. Please, can you mute yourself so that we can hear Shannon Educator? This is very vital. Please mute yourself. Thank you so much. Shannon, please take it over. Can I come in now? Yes, please. Sorry about that. Thanks, okay. So, as I'm saying, we in South Africa, we've learned a lot. We've learned about maintenance. We've learned about how we used to hide, we used not to carry. There's a lot of things that we never used to do, but that's just coming so handy into us, and it's working. For us, my rebranding on my side and on my field, just learning to save and focus more on the technology and using the power of social media to benefit us as a business part of it, because we never need to concentrate on those things. So that's part of our rebranding and the things that we have made. Hi.
I think we just lost Sharon. Miss Kitty. Okay, Miss Kitty, we just got her off. I will touch a little on what she was talking about when it comes to real estate. I mean, as an insurance company owner, I've noticed that we've had a lot of problems with that. Sean, are you able to get back on? Because I know you're around, but I want to keep quiet so you finish, because while you were on, I was trying to talk about what you said about real estate, how people are restructuring everything, and saving space, saving money, and how people are removing their computers and stuff like that. I know you're not done, so I'll let you continue with what you say, and then when you're done, you let us know.
Please go ahead. And the most important thing that I've learned, you know, in construction, we start the construction site and you open up the work and you start in different positions when you're doing whatever that you're doing. But we have known now that it's better to do it in portions, not to be all over, so that at least if anything comes in, you don't make the site unsafe and you don't lose a lot of money. Because in our side of the construction part, when we came back post-COVID, it was like we were starting a business from scratch. Because we used to the cash flow coming in on a monthly basis. So when we come back, it was like we were starting from scratch because we were all over the show. And now it was taught us that you must take one question at a time, do one section, don't be all over because you never know what will happen. So at this point in time, I will wrap with those points and I'll allow some questions should there be any question, and I'll add further should you guys need to add any further.
Thank you so much, Sean. Thank you so much. Do you guys have any questions for her? Because I'm going to talk on what you just said about rebranding, like you're in the construction business. I have an insurance company and I insure people like you. And I've seen a lot of people come to me saying that things have changed, you know. We have our buildings, commercial buildings that are renting to people, and everybody says that we're only safe anymore. We're going, back into the cheaper version of, people working remotely. So that's a new way of life, and I'm restructuring myself to see how I can make money from this sort of business, because to us, that's lots of money. Because people are closing sections of their businesses that we don't make money from. So a lot of things have changed for us, and I'm going to go to Ms. Renee. Renee, you are on this, because we're talking about show business also, and we work with actors. You're on the front line, correct? So how have you heard? Yes, you're muted, Renee. Unmute yourself. Renee, so how have you seen the actors and the actresses and the showbiz? How is it working? How are people working now in an era where you can't come close to people, and a lot of people are just, money's in the pockets now, or they're trying to change to the new normal. What are your thoughts about this? And tell us a little bit more about your experience in the front line.
So, like I said, it is a change going from the front line first being in a hospital and transitioning now into being a COVID nurse on set. And I have to say, Monica, it has been very challenging because I know that here, when the governor, I think it was like June 15th or June 21st, where he said that filming can open back up. So you had a union for actors like SAG. So I know that I had to read pages and pages of the procedures for COVID to even to start with the filming. And to be honest with you, SAG didn't even know where to start. They just started somewhere of what they thought would be conducive to dealing with keeping the cast, crew, actors, everyone that is on set safe. So I know that the first thing was, in order for it to be approved, they had to have a COVID nurse on set, which was myself. Like I said, I think I was one of the first nurses to be on set. I had to read protocols. The protocol was that the actors had to have a negative COVID result, and that was challenging because at that time you couldn't just go and get the swab, because of that it was like it was next to impossible to get swab. They didn't have the rapid. Sometimes it took like 3 days, so we had to have the cast go to the free sites. The biggest site was like Dodger Stadium, where they had to go get swab, had to wait for the results within 3 to 4 days, and then also we were always doing this Zoom talking. I had to ask questions. I had to have screening questions, like, have you been in contact with someone that was diagnosed with COVID within the last 14 days? Have you been socializing? The biggest one was, have you traveled out of the country? And the honest with you was like lists of countries, and I can't really listen to it because it has changed, it has gone. So that was the biggest one of the screen process that I had to ask the actors. I had to keep everybody's file, like everyone had a file, had to fill out a questionnaire. So I had to prep the cast, crew, and actors prior to coming on set. And they had specific instructions saying that weekend. And I think it was I think maybe Memorial Day was a week, was a holiday. And I had to say, I understand people want to socialize, but it's back to business, back to work on Monday, so you have to practice social distancing. If by chance you have any symptoms, sore throat, loss of taste, not feeling well, you need to let me know as soon as possible. Because pretty much I was the frontline person that the cast and crew was seeing when they came onto set. So when they come onto set, I'm the frontline first person. They had to fill out a questionnaire. They had to bring in results of the COVID testing, negative COVID testing. Then I had to take their temperature. And then all that followed is I had to buy a box of pizza. I had to keep everything private, but then I had to do the screening process before I let anyone on set. And throughout filming, because sometimes we may have to film 12 hours a day, I had to constantly go to casting firm, make sure they were wearing a mask. If the mask seemed old or had anything on it, they had to change their mask. So I had to really enforce, I was like a warden. I had to really enforce social distancing. Even the way they did craft services was different. Because we used to have all this food coming in, but even that was different. We had to have it catered, but it had to be packaged. We had to segment lunches. Everything had to be covered. So that was a challenge within itself. And then also we had to have someone on set that constantly had to write down everything. Sometimes we had to take a break and just go opposite ways so that the cleaning crew could come and write down everything. Wipe mics down, wipe chairs down. And then I had to constantly go to the actors to make sure they were okay. And at the end of the shoot, I had to go back and check off on the screen, and I had to do this every day that we filmed. So Monica, that was challenging. But it was enlightening.
I feel you just talking about it. And your experience, how do you see these actors and actresses reinventing themselves? How are they coping with this? Do you see a difference in their attitude? Do you see a difference in the way they work? Do you see them changing? Who is winning? I'm sure some people are winning with the perspective they take, versus some people that are refusing to change. Have you seen the difference between these people?
But to be honest, Monica, just like your industry with the insurance, to be honest with you, the cast of filming, they were ready to come back to work. And I know that a couple of the actors, they were kind of hesitant, but at the bottom line is, look at how long you haven't been working. So it's like, I have to work. The wearing mask can be an inconvenience, but they were conscious of being sick. They were very conscious. So I did see the shift, and as we progressed and we became more comfortable with the SAG protocol, I think that the actors adjusted wonderfully, to be honest with you, because I was on multiple sets, and like I said, the first set that I was on was kind of hard. Even the actors, some of them was kind of taking back the fact that they had to be screened. They were asked all these questions. They had to sign the paperwork, and it was like, well, I just signed paperwork for this, and why am I signing this? Some of them, to be honest with you, didn't really want me to take their temperature, and it was like, well, wait a minute, no. But then I said, in order for you to come on this set, I have to take the temperature. I said, because it was the safety of the crew. And like, we are one, and that stands for the theme, we are one, we're here together, we're reinventing. So like I said, as it progressed and we started doing more filming, I could see this change and shift, and the actors, cast, and crews have adjusted from what I have seen.
And if I could speak to that, my daughter is also an actress, second actress in Atlanta. Was working on the Aretha Franklin story, was called Offset at COVID. And so gratefully, you know, many actors, many actors and actors, they have other talents. So unfortunately for my daughter, I don't know if that's to see this picture behind me. She calls it, she created an artist, well, she found out she was an artist, and she created this series called the Rona series. And she has all this fabulous black art that she made on canvas, like newspaper clippings, all this is a fabulous dress. Can you see that? Yes, so, yeah. So she has this whole series, and she placed it back to what Sean said about the social media platform. We both spoke about that. If she placed these online and you're selling like $300 or $500 per picture, you know what I'm saying? And again, it goes back to the rebranding. It's not what people perceive. You see what I'm saying? So they accept it and embrace the fact that this is something that came from someone doing the Rona series. So she found another talent to make paint and take care of her family. You know, so she was able to, you know, to reach into a different place in her spirit and find a hidden talent and been able to make something positive out of it and gain income in order to take care of her family. I also wanted to explain this here because I promised that I would, because they said in all fashion fabulousness. Everybody see that? You see it? We see it. Okay? That's all. Thank you so much, Tony.
I want to add to what Kenny said, and to be honest with you, also with actors, they did tap into their creative side because this was written for the things that, you know, they want to write. Because guess what? If you're not out as much and you're doing everything virtual, you can start writing and selling scripts. Because you can start writing. So a lot of actors turn to their creative side, and now they're doing more of writing for series, motion pictures, short films, play. So if you're at home, you know, you can tap into that creative side and start writing. Some actors decide that, you know what, they want to open it up and start directing, doing on the entrepreneur side. Saying, you know what, I can have my own entertainment and production company. There's a lot of things I can do virtual, like this platform. So I can say that this has transitioned the actors, not just to be an actors, but more of a brand, more of an entrepreneur, because you have to find multiple ways, multiple streams of income, especially during these unprecedented times. So I wanted to add that in as well.
Can I ask Sean a question? I want to ask Sean a question, if you don't mind. Okay, I'm here. Yes, Sean. So I wanted to ask, because you mentioned you guys are maybe in the construction or building industry. How has that affected you guys economically, since you guys are not buildings per se, or have you remained or resumed building at this time, or how does it affect your economic welfare?
As I said before, economic welfare is very much affected, and this is why now we are going to push very hard. You know, there are people, when COVID hit us, you know, when people were told to stay at their homes, and people stay at their homes, like let's talk about people at the slums. You'll find that people are staying in the slums, there are more than one people staying there in a two-room house, you know, or in a three-room house, and we are saying we keep social distancing, and if those people are there, there's 5 of them in a 2-bedroom house, you realize that we need to push the government to make sure that we build those houses at a speedy pace that before the second wave come and hit us in South Africa, you know, looking what has been happening in the second wave, how we hit in London as we speak, in Paris. For me, when I looked into that, That's why let's push, as Larry said, as much as we are affected with the economy, let us push and make sure that these people in the slums, they get proper place to stay. Which we are not always already because the second wave hit us. And economically, yes, we are affected, but we are trying to catch up now. And very strongly, which has made us, some of us have started to diversify. You know, we are looking, there was a conference that was being made in South Africa, whereby international people want to meet up with us, which we'll talk about it further. We come there whereby we need to do something in South Africa that we are rich on. Like the serious people that are coming to South Africa to invest, and we want to party to that. So it taught us to diversify as well, so that we don't have all our eggs in one basket.
Thank you for answering that. Yeah.
I just want to say something about Renee, what you said. There's something called multitasking, and I consider myself a person that's a multitasker. Apart from running an insurance company, I also own a music and movie production company. I've had a lot of movies going on, I have a lot of things going on for me. And people ask, Monica, what makes it work? It works because I do not put all my eggs in one basket. So if you are an actress, and this is a different job, you have to reinvent yourself. And this time also is an opportunity for people watching is for you to look at your portfolio. Is it time for you to go online and start getting education? Take some courses, try to learn some new trade, and also just doing things differently, you know, because I think, like right now, with my company, no matter how bad it is, you're still going to drive, you're still going to stay in your house, you're still going to have your rooms insured. But the business has dropped, but how has it changed for us? The way it has worked for me and my employees is that we now have, logging in, people work remotely. I've invested money in equipment, which costs a lot, but thank God, Sean, you live in South Africa, which is like, America, like the rest of the world. But Africa is different. Like here, the government did help us, give us money to do our business, which is unheard of in a lot of African countries. So we are blessed here. So we are able to build into our businesses to be able to pay our employees and to change our ways of work. People now call us, like I was being sued 2 months ago because, listen to these guys, because you don't have businesses, because my website was not good enough for handicrafts, people that cannot talk or hear. So you have to build your website to be, God, I can't remember the word, I'll find it out. Make sure to be compliant, very important. So right now, in this COVID, everybody's doing internet-based stuff. That's why I'm telling the person, say, hey, how do I reinvent myself to work? Because people might not call you, they go to your website, they go to Twitter, and hopefully they'll see you. So we have to work that out.
How do I to get money? Right. To get money.
So just remember that you're not rebranding. Okay, you're not rebranding. You are redesigning.
Yes.
Right.
Okay? You're redesigning. All we're doing, we're going to keep our brand the same because people cannot afford to get confused.
Yes.
You can't afford for people to get confused. If my business looks like a round circle, you all need to get familiar with this round circle. It's what's inside that circle is going to make it work. Right? So we got to make sure that we understand that we're not rebranding, we're redesigning. It is a perception of what we want people to know and feel and understand how we communicate, how accessible are we to the deaf, to the blind, to, we have to make sure that we incorporate all those things into that round egg. And we want everybody to get familiar with because that's my brain.
That is true. When we look at employees, because we are all business owners, we have employees working for us. A lot of people think first of how much am I making and lay off a lot of workers.
That's right.
But I'll tell you this, a lot of my employees, I never laid anyone off. My office was crying, but my employees have more confidence in me because like, you know what? You can make me off, but you thought about me first. You're thinking about my, and that makes me think. So if you're a business owner, if you're a yourself, also think of your employees, about the people that are surrounding you, to to make them feel comfortable to be willing. How do you separate yourself from other businesses? Why are you winning while others are failing? It's all about, putting yourself first and putting your business first. We have Rashan with us right here. Rashan, welcome. And the topic we're talking about right now is rewrite yourself in the coding era. And we're talking about I am because we are one. And can you introduce yourself and tell us who you are, please? I think you're muted.
How you doing, everybody?
You're welcome.
Well, like you said, my name is Sean. I'm a 22-year-old woman from New York. I recently shot a movie in this called Profit and a Dream. I financed, produced, and distributed 100% of benefit on my own platform. Motivation is the name. It's a tech startup, which will be the first streaming service. Today, with the initiative to literary income and filmmaking. So, they released the program we dropped the movie in April, and the online presence was amazing for the first couple of months because of the time that obviously everybody's inside. It was hard to get that traction, but as things started to decline, going into the end of August, my partner and I was just looking into ways we could try to recreate an initiative or a movement to gain more ticket sales or turn that movie into an asset at any time. Because when the movie itself, you really have no source of income from that movie in terms of liability. So I thought, why not just our company logo is a QR code and you can scan it around the time. So it was simple to just put 2 and 2 together and build a profile for the page of the movie and turn our QR code into something that takes somebody directly to the movie. You type in a passcode and you can watch it anywhere in time. So we're still building income to start up our tech startup. We want to do that 100% independently as well. So putting those 2 elements together, we thought, why not make a digital movie ticket? I'm very into, the traditional way of things. I look up to the Master P's, the Jay-Z's, and the people that give a blueprint for me to see them selling movies and music out of their trunks as hustlers. I admire it, and I feel like this era is kind of missing that element. We're so stuck in front of the screen, we don't think we can go do things like that. We can go outside and actually be active. So I go sell these tickets, and the goal right now is in 1 year to sell 25,000 or 250 at times, and reach 250,000 to start on my tech startup. So that's the space I'm in the code. I'm outside, and I'm working with people with math on trying to turn my ticket like a madman.
So you're taking advantage of the COVID, is that what you're saying? Because what you're doing right now is you're selling directly to the public. Hello? Okay, directly to the public. So what separates you from platforms like Vimeo and other pages where people can log in and watch? How are you doing your marketing? What is separating you? How is this brand? As a filmmaker, I like to learn from what you're doing that makes it work. What is making it work for you? You've got it over 25 hours. So far, you said? I think we're losing Rashad. Take your time. Did we lose? Okay, I think we'll get back to Sean in a minute. So I'm gonna go to Sean Kesey. Sean, you gotta tell us, we know you. I was doing research on you. Can you tell us what makes your brand, why do people go after you? What are you doing differently? There's so many people in South Africa that's like you, but what makes you stand out? Can you teach us, can you educate us on what is that thing about? Can you educate the viewers and me?
Okay, let me talk about the Instagram page that I went in that has made people so fascinated and so interested in my page. Remember, I started my Instagram in February, and I think what has made my Instagram page stand out is that I was updating people to the normal norms, and you know, I've interacted with them. I've learned to interact with them, to engage with them, and try and make them feel so special on my page. And there's nothing important than making someone, you know, most of us, we will have about 500 to 1 million followers, and people will say something on your page and you just keep quiet and don't say anything. So what has made me for people to come to my page and to make my page to increase so quickly is the fact that as busy as I am, you know, I still make time and interact with my people and engage with them, and no matter how late it is, and keep them updated with the current affairs. And I didn't say because it was COVID, then I'm gonna shy out, because most of the people during COVID times, they were down and they didn't find anything interesting to interact with their people. My Instagram page was up and it was going. And what has been interesting as well, Africa, our musician, because my son is a musician, our musicians were battling and they were dying so badly because they were not hired for gigs, they were not able to go and perform and get money. But the nice thing that is, I think it's part of reinventing, was us to understand that we can make money through YouTube. You know, if you get into YouTube and if you make your music and you make your videos interesting and put them on YouTube, you could make money. So for us as well, part of the rebranding that I've learned on the music part that makes us stand out is to create interesting videos. People were bored, they were at home, they needed something interesting. So to create those things and they'll make money for you on the YouTube as soon as we have more subscribers.
Thank you.
And guys, here in Africa, it's almost midnight. It's almost midnight, and this is very interesting, the topic that we're talking about today. I'm very happy to be here. I know you guys are in your cities, it's still during the day. I think Rashan is back now.
Yes, and we're almost done with this. I would love to hear from you, Rashan. You got cut off and you're back.
Yes, I'm sorry.
This is what we're talking about, COVID and technologies and everything.
COVID, technology, the telephone poles, the telecommunication services, and bugging out as well now.
Okay, so we're listening to you, yes.
Yes, so you asked me what's the difference between video or any other streaming platform and mine. So
Yes.
more video, so like you said, like Hulu or anything else, you can log on, watch something, log off. But that's what makes it a streaming network, and that's also what defines my company as a streaming service, because if you log into More Vision, this is when we officially launched. But if you used to log in, you see there's a plethora of opportunities for filmmakers and actors to receive job opportunities, casting calls, features that allow you to fully brand, package, and develop and distribute projects 100% independently, and get paid to stream, much like music artists get paid on Apple Music or Spotify. So in that space, anybody still hearing?
Yes.
Yes.
We hear you.
So in that space, it's kind of our way of creating a complete lane where if somebody needs to stay independent as a filmmaker, they can.
Did you say it was called More Vision? M-O-R-E?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. M-O-O-R Vision.
Okay, I mean, I still haven't gotten a tip from you yet. And I'm sure other people are waiting to hear from you. I have to give it tell you the song that I'm going out, right? Yes, that's right. Come on, Russia. Yeah, Russia, listen, the topic is, I am, because we are one. I'm glad to talk to you guys and see later on. I can teach you what I know, and you can teach me what you know. We can come together and make us work. There's no reason why we cannot win. African Americans, Africans, people of color, team think of themselves not as winners, but as not everyone, but as can I say crying. I don't like people that are crying. I like to see winners. I associate myself with winners. You know, if you're not winning, I don't know what I'm going to be talking to you about, because my next project is how do I get to the next level in my life. You know,
So that's money time.
that's it. You know, with what you're saying, as a young girl, I was already a real estate investor. I was already buying properties. I was already renting out properties to people. And people look at me like, why? How do you know this thing? Because right from as a kid, I've always wanted to be a winner. So what separates me from those that are dreamers is that I actually do. So that's why, Rashan, I keep asking you, like, so tell us, what are you doing? It's only a hungry mind that will ask. And people tell us, they say, if you want to make people, if you want to hide things from the black folks, put it in a book. They would read, they would not research. Am I saying something that is wrong?
No, you're right on point. It's true.
You are 100% on point.
That's why I'm a part of Harper. That's why I bought into this vision. That's why when I saw Tina and Amber and the whole story, I'm like, you know what? I want to be part of this. I want to tell our story, and I want to tell it from our own perspective. I want us to be winners. I don't want anybody to feel sorry for me, because you know what? I command respect. I have an insurance company where in my small town, the police chief is my client. They come knocking on my door. White hair, the blue-eyed guy, you know, they all knock on my door. Why? Because I have what they want. So if we have what they want, they'll knock on your door. They will respect you. So let us think, people that are watching today, let us think of how we can multitask, how we can be winners, and how we can change our narrative. I'm going to keep quiet and let Renee say something. Renee, I know you wanted to say something. Maybe you got a thing or two for a shot, or, you know, please, it's your take.
Well, actually, it was in reference to you, Monica, because again, you hit it eloquently about, you know, if you want to keep to yourself, put it in the book, but also for your company as an insurance company, this is a way for you to branch out where, because I noticed to look at the restaurant industry, and a lot of restaurants were hit because guess what? They didn't have insurance. So the thing is, if we went with any business, and like I said, you said Terry, with branding, you have to think like down the road. Because, for example, like you said, Monica, you have your employees, you still have to pay them. But again, as an insurance broker, you are now able to write policy for actors, for motion pictures, where it can mitigate the risk. And say if one of the actors gets sick and they say, oh, well, I was on set and I got COVID, I got this, and then say they decide to sue the production company, they have an insurance company that pays out in addition, not in lieu of. But that's another thing that we as Black people can come together and maybe have an insurance company where when you go on set, SAG can require, oh, Monica, you have to have a insurance policy of so much. It covers everything.
That is so good.
And if someone gets sick from COVID, because to talk back about my bread and butter, being a nurse, guess what? I went to work one day, and guess what? I made a mistake and said, oh, I got a sore throat. They rushed me out of the hospital, said, don't come here, go sit in the car, we're going to call you. Let me tell you, they sent me home because I said I had a sore throat. But guess what the beauty of it was? They had to pay me administration pay until my COVID results came back negative. Guess what?
Your insurance?
It took a while. And that was, the hospital had administrative insurance that was built in, that if nurses, doctors, anyone front line gets sick, they dip into that pot to pay us. So guess what? I took my time. When they called me, I took it. Right, so guess what? I was at home, recovering from negative COVID. But again, you know, like you said, we're reinventing, rebranding, looking at ways to keep money in our pocket as we make
That's really powerful, Monica. Monica, that's powerful.
Now, Monica, I want you to know this is what you.
Come on, Monica.
I am because we are one. Thank you so much, guys. I don't know if Sean, you have anything to say, and I'll pass it on to Roshan. As we close, I'm glad that we're opening our minds because you know what? Love is sharing.
Yeah.
And you know what? There's so much. So much.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So thank you for having me here. All I can say I am because we are, and this has been a great topic that we've covered. Great people. Monica, it was good to meet you. Terry, you were the best. Renee, it was good to have you. Rishan, you were the only man announced woman.
He's a player. Look, he's a player.
I don't know. I'm happy to stay this ground. No.
Good. Hold it down. We depending on you.
Black woman. You know.
We depending on you. Yeah. Look, you're responsible for us.
You're responsible for me. You know, I was raised by single mother. You know, I was raised by sisters and grandmothers, and all I have in my household. So, you know, I appreciate strong black women when I see it.
For Ubuntu.
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure, you guys. I gotta run. Love you all.
So much, everyone. Thank you for being part of this. And please remember to share love, share
Absolutely.
positive. Love.
Absolutely.
Bye-bye.
The Hollywood and African Prestigious Awards International Business Roundtable 2020, the virtual experience. I'm the moderator, Kanyileka Ngwenya, and our topic is spirituality and sex, that is sex. With me are the incredible panelists, Dr. Amela Pierce. Welcome, ma'am. Okay, I also have Maurice in the house. Maurice, welcome. And I have Dr. Gershom Sikala. Gershom, welcome. All right, so as you guys know, spirituality and sex are definitely controversial topics, but yet worthwhile topics to talk about. Spirituality basically is about the quality of being concerned with the human spirit or soul, as opposed to material or physical things. Alright, so there's a huge difference between spirituality and religion. So when I speak about that, and then when I talk about the African American experience spiritually and the disconnect between African Americans and the Africans or the blacks, so to speak. And then of course we'll touch base and we'll talk more and deep dive into sex, sexuality, relationships, how to engage and keep your relationship alive, basically. So with that being said, let's get this started. Dr. Amela Pierce, please.
Yes, how are you?
Welcome to this discussion. Welcome to this conversation. This is a good time. Please tell us a little bit about yourself first and foremost, and give people a little bit about yourself.
I am because you are, and I'm excited to be part of this amazing awards celebration. I am Dr. Pierce, and I am pastor and founder of Revelation International Ministry in Chicago, Illinois. I am a playwright. I have written several books, children's books, and books about love. I mentor families and those who need relationship guidance. I am for 20 years a teacher in the city of Chicago and the surrounding area. So now I travel worldwide counseling governments and counseling all nationalities and individuals, because whatever race you are, you all have a soul. Whatever race you are, you all have a heart. Whatever race we are, or religion, sexuality, and spirituality become the intimate part of our life, and they cannot be separated. So I am so excited to be a part of this amazing event. And I would say to you, ask away about the intimacy of both. So I am a spiritualist, not religious.
There you are, like that. Please, we can definitely begin with that by telling the people the difference between spirituality and religion, because some people definitely play lines there. They fail to understand the difference between the two. So please help us.
Right. For me, because of my intimacy and my having to be a pastor, senior pastor here, and to me, it's spirituality of the little. It is intimating with the seat of the divine, where you enter into a private, intimate place with a divine God, and He speaks to you as one on one. He gives you His seed, you give birth to spiritual nature and character. As opposed to religion, which is cosmetic as a garment, but spirituality is a blood transfusion. When you see divine seed, that seed changes you. Spirituality is not a feeling, you become that good. You become that messenger. So you can go into your intimate place and consummate the relationship spiritually, but that cannot be consummated in a ministry with a crowd. So to me, spirituality is it's a love story. And I often refer to even the Song of Solomon, where he writes perfectly about his relationship with God. And he says that I search for my beloved, and I cannot find my beloved. You don't talk that way about your religion, but you speak that way about one who you have a relationship with, and that he can tell you secrets and about what's going to happen and about the life, and it's a place of meditation and quietness. I even teach the children here and adults how to meditate and how to go to an intimate place to extract yourself from the natural and know that there's a natural body and a spiritual body. So when I think about spirituality, I think about intimacy, I think about songs of love. For as Solomon said, I sought him from my blood, and I found him not. I arise now and go to the city and search for he whom my soul loves. That's about intimacy. That's about connection. That's about seed, natural, spiritual seed. And so appropriate, actually, to have the spirituality and sex combined in that the natural body and the spiritual body. It takes seed to reproduce in the natural body of a man, but also in the spirit. The word stomatical is a word that exclamatory, that injects God's word into the soul of a man to cause a difference. So when a seed is planted in the natural, what comes forth from a third womb is that which is produced after its own kind. Seed reproduces after its own kind, naturally, as its spirit. Spiritual seed reproduces after its own kind. So there is an expectancy, a DNA connection that should happen in both realms. In the natural, the DNA, the eyes look like the father and mother, and the hand looks like mom's and the grandma's hand and your feet. So the DNA connection naturally. But in spirituality, the love song is almost so you have a divine DNA. And I have other gifts. And some people say I'm a psychic, some people say I'm a seer, I'm a prophet, and because of the intimacy of those gifts, the natural man cannot feed you the seed of spirit. And place must come from God, a divine place. Anyone can impregnate a fertile womb, but in the spirit realm, there cannot be, there's only one force that can impregnate you with a divine child. Church is a building. Religion, you need, you have a crowd, a religion, a ritual, but we don't have a ritual in the spirit. You live by a divine place, and you live by the word and the DNA of the Father, that which love was introduced in the time of conflict, and peace is there in the time of war, and there's a calm place that spirituality can take you, that religion can't take you. It's a love story. I remember playing about Jose and Gomar and the idolatrous behavior of Gomar, and Hosea was her husband. And that play and that story exemplifies the unfaithfulness of a spiritual connection. Some of them should be committed loyal. However, and when she was a holy, he was called an unfaithful wife. And that spirituality, but religion is a format. It's a giving mouth, not yours. You're led by the doctrine of the religious community that you associate with. And when you're spiritual, you're led by the divine voice. And when you don't hear them, you're like Solomon. You seek for your beloved, that you may find him, and that he may touch you again. It's an action, it's a personality, being spiritual. So there's a real vast difference. I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Okay, there we go. I have to unmute myself. Okay, I'll say wow, incredulous. Great stuff. So basically, religion is a specific set of organized beliefs, while spirituality is more of an individual practice to do with peace and purpose. So yes, I got you. That sounds good. Thanks for the lesson that you're giving us. And can you please enlighten us when it comes to spirituality and slavery? Most people feel that one of the ways that slavery was successful was the fact that they managed to spiritually kill the people. The people were alive, but spiritually they were dead. Can you edify on that, or give us your take on that?
Well, I believe that religion can enslave people now, where the format that could be that contradicts the divine voice. And I counsel so many people who are religious but they're in bondage. When you say, we're not just enslaved spirituality. And spirituality We all have a soul. And who a man cannot manipulate what God has given. So that's why I teach so much, so that there can be an encapsulation of God's word in the spiritual connection, that he may fellowship with us. Now, I have a building here, and like 15,000 square feet in Chicago, and the whole process, because of my isolation being a female in my field, being unique, being spiritual, being mystical, then I had to learn how to go beyond going to the dimension to communicate. Man books not give me what my spiritual connection gave me. When you are spiritual, you can sleep, and the spirit can speak to you and tell you what to do and how to do it. I moved into this property, totally dilapidated. It had been empty for 30 years. Because there was no natural religion for us to interact with me. God sent his angels to connect. And at night, his angels speak to me. So I learned how to connect in a divine place by force, not isolation. It is great to be afflicted. It's great to be quarantined. Because in the process, you have to self-examine and dive in. You understand that you're not in charge. You're not in charge now. But it gives you the divine connection is your voice. You have whatsoever you say. The motion of your voice creates activity that man naturally will go for it. Wow. It's a love story. You must be born again. Take my seed into your loins, that I may reproduce myself in you. That you may communicate with me. I give you my natural word to become so that my DNA can become your DNA. That transformation man cannot do. And then in the natural, we give birth to every seed gives birth to its own kind.
Wow.
And because
sure, yes.
We reproduce as our kind, yeah.
Incredulous. So when it comes to culture, what do you think there's a disconnect between African Americans and Africans? Because some people think that's to do with spirituality, that's to do with, having different cultural experiences. So maybe we can elucidate on that as well.
Because spirituality is not a building, and because spirituality is not a theological book that you read, spirituality is my spirit connecting with yours. My energy connecting with yours.
Mm-hmm.
I am because we are one. Created in God's image, on purpose. Created in the likeness of Him. We're all from Adam and Eve. We were created with a soul. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth, and He said us in our image. The God created. But He created first with the Spirit. Let us create man and woman in our image, and in His likeness. He made us, you and me, my brother. And that was the beginning of the spiritual person. And then He labored over the earth, which is the life of a man. He made Adam. He touched Adam. He touched Adam and created man out of the dust. And then He blew into man the breath of life, with tripartite, mind, body, and spirit. For I love my spirituality doesn't have a race or a culture. I believe, because of who I am, I believe that the ancestors speak. Because I am who I am, spirituality is the breath of the heart. The word of God is rush. The Holy Spirit is rush. We all need the breath, divine breath. And without that, we all die. I heard the good brother from Paris saying that we are not that. Of course, because as a common thread that we have, of our own, I believe, our personal ignorance, but we don't have the knowledge of what spirit is a lack of understanding of who God is, and that his messengers are, when he needed to speak to man, he even sent the jackass. So how can we compare cultures with God can speak animals, and when Elijah was at the river and he was running from Jezebel, he sent a raven to feed him. So there's a spirit knowledge. When one understands the mystical nature of spirit, there's no culture, there's no race, there's no religion, anything that can interfere with God. Neither can man stop the voice of God from speaking to whom he pleases and the healing, because according to Genesis, his word does walk. You can send the word and the word will heal.
Wow, incredible. Now, Dr. Anila, how did you or when did you discover or realize that you were spiritually gifted? Like, you know, how does somebody hear God's voice? How does somebody discover or relate to the fact that, hey, there's a God and they can actually hear God speak to them or advise them and so forth? But tell us about you in particular, your situation in this case. Because as you say, you can actually tell other people's lives, you can tell a little bit of the future, that kind of stuff, like you're gifted, basically. Like you say, some people think you're a psychic, some people think, you're a prophet, a prophet. Please.
Yes. And most of all, they know that I'm spiritual. But what happened to me is I died at 6. And I was taken to heaven on what I remember was Pegasus, a horse, wings. Pegasus took me to heaven and placed me in front of pillars, ivory pillars. I went into the gates of, I'll say, heaven, and the clouds were swirling around my head like a halo. And I walked to a river, and the river was singing songs. Every gurgle of the river had a song. And then I looked across the river, and I asked the wind, the W-I-N-D, I asked the wind, which is the word of God, the voice of God. I said, what do these gurgles represent? What's the song? So he took the songs and put them in me, and I'm a writer. I create songs now. And I looked across the river, and I saw a tree, a single tree. And I saw fruit falling from the tree. And I again asked the wind, what is the fruit? He said, the voice said, those are the unborn children going to earth. And I walked around, and there were 3 men who poured information into me, which I forgot. I came back. I was resurrected, and from that day on, I was never the same. And because my messenger was a horse, I had to keep my information about a horse took me to heaven and research it. And in my research, as I matured, alone, isolated, because no one believes me. So all they know is I love Pegasus. Well, I began to research and teach and find and look. And I learned that the messenger, the horse was the cherubim, was the chariot of God. And then I had a relationship with the atmospheric powers of angels. And I began to search for them. And if you search for spirituality, you will find that. I wasn't searching for man to be accepted. Moses wasn't accepted. The patriarchs weren't accepted. Most spiritual people are not accepted, but isolated and called crazy. But because of my experience to heaven, I withdrew from natural man, and I began to teach and learn to have a relationship with the angels. And the more I sought him, the more I sought information, I began to understand, and he would unfold to me, God would unfold to me what I saw in heaven at 6. He would unseal the books and show me what I had seen and what he had spoken in a mature body. I couldn't share with you what I share with you now as a child, but children speak as children. but I make every effort to teach with meat of His Word. And because the balance of that, I taught school for over 20 years. I have a Revelation Institute of Higher Learning here. I teach meditation to children and every race of persons, Hindu, Muslims, Chinese, different cultures, Jewish, they all accept me because I'm not religious. I'm a spiritual person who connects spirit with spirit. It has nothing to do. If it's a cultural disconnect, then it's due to a lack of knowledge and the spirit of pride that don't want to relinquish what they had been socialized with. So I would say lack of knowledge.
Oh, wow. How about that? Dr. Amela P.S. with Kanyilegan Gwenya at the 4th Annual Hollywood and African Prestigious Awards International Business Roundtable. Wow, it's a virtual experience. Wow, I'm enjoying this. I'm loving this. Well, this is the first part, and now we're going to delve into the second part, and we're going to talk about SEX, which is how all of us were created. We're brought into this world through SEX. It's a controversial topic, but it's an everyday topic because all of us are sexual in one way or the other. Please, let's get into it, Doc. Sexually, what can you say first about sex?
Well, you have to be careful who you live with. Because as I first stated, seed reproduces after its own kind. From the beginning of the world until the end of the world, there will be seed time and harvest. And when seed is sown into a fertile womb, it reproduces. I say, well, I'm a single woman, and I thank God for that. And I don't have any boyfriends or any of that. But being sexual is incorporated intimacy that you have with somebody else. And because every seed in the matrix, the womb, is not compatible, we produce DNA that we don't want to connect with. And because we are a spiritual being, when one gives seed to a woman, then that person is going to reproduce not only the spirit of the man, but also the one that has the man's DNA. The history of this man, they're going to have the history of the woman. There's a combination of DNA that reproduces the child. So in order to, what we crave sexually is what we don't have sometime in us, which is why we go searching after what is not good for us. But the lust of the flesh will sometimes be like the famine in the land. And in the famine, you'll eat anything. And when lust and loneliness, you'll lay with anybody.
Wow.
Satisfy that desire. And you must be aware. You know, I was explaining to somebody that there was a crime of passion in our family this week. Crime of passion. And how can passion be connected to violence? Passion should be loving and kind and tender and sweet. That's what passion is. But when you are connecting with a seed that's passionate but not of your kind, then you are being violated. He killed her with a crime of passion. So passion that's not intimating with one that is compatible with you, you are committing a crime.
Wow.
There is a harvest based on your emotional self.
Yes, and then now we hear people talk about, hey, I found my soulmate. Is there really a thing called a soulmate? If there is, how does one discover and say, yes, this truly is my soulmate?
Well, I think differently than the average person. In your soul lies all of your emotions, your pain, grief, joy, toxic relationships. All of your emotions are in your belly. Which is why when you are upset, you get stomach aches, the body responds to the toxic emotions in your soul. You are upset, you regurgitate, it's your blood. Where do you carry your child? In your soul. What you're asking for when you're looking for a soulmate, and I think it's a trick, the soul harbors hibernating curses and hibernating emotions. So what you're asking for is someone who is a variable, not consistent. So you don't want anything that is a variable. And your soul houses sleeping giants, pain, sorrow, joy, smiles, bitter emotions. And if you'll notice, when a person is upset, they'll grab their belly and go, oh. Or if they're sick, they'll go, oh, that's where your soul lies. Your soul yearns for the Lord, yearns for a higher connection. Your soulmate is your connection, your rebirth through God into a spiritual dimension. Your soul, your heart is deceitful. Not just deceitful, it's desperately wicked. Who can know it? So the mistake is that I believe that it's just a lie solid to the universe, but will cause a valuable person out of man for the soul. And only God can retrain or reconstruct and heal the soul and heal your emotion. So when you're for a soulmate, they're broken and you're broken, and then you produce a broken environment. You don't respect the broken pieces, realizing I'm broken, I can't fix you, you can't fix me. So rather than loving and letting the divinity, the spirituality of you both reconnect to make one, you're cutting each other with the brokenness because you don't understand. We're all broken. We must respect each other's broken pieces, not cut them up. So sexually is a very sensitive place. Withhold yourself, because if you don't, you are going to reproduce a harvest. Everything, birds, a robin reproduces robins. Rats reproduce rats. Elephants reproduce elephants. The seed of a giraffe will reproduce a giraffe. The seed of a hateful person will reproduce what? Hate. Right. And there's such, we reproduce after our own kind. The seed produces in the image of the spirit provider, the Father, the spermatozoa. In the natural and in the spirit. The natural seed produces in the image of its parents, and the spiritual reproduces in the image of their parents. In order to be profitable or for the fertility to happen, there must be intimacy. The love story I seek after is the seed of the divine. Oh, one that man can't take, and the one that can not change, whose voice does walk. I send the word to you here in California, and send the word to Paris and to Japan, and I'll reach you just the same. Wow. Spiritual transportation, not closeted by a building made by man's hands.
Oh, wow. So this is the Hollywood and African Prestigious Awards 2020. It's the virtual experience. It's the Spirits and Sex panel, which has turned into a 101 masterclass on spirituality and sex. Actually, we definitely need to package this, Doctor. We'll put together a 101 masterclass on this, because that's what this is, definitely. All right? And moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely.
Moving forward, you've got a husband and a wife, you've got a boyfriend and a girlfriend. How do they differentiate being attracted sexually, or where it's just, where there's intimacy, you know, in a marriage, you know, sex plays a huge role, you know, so how does spirituality and sex play a role in a marriage and divorces. You know, there's a high rate of divorces. Divorces are like 60 to 70% as it is. So how do we turn that around to say, hey, if we are getting married, buddy, we're gonna stay together, we're gonna stick into this for life. But then obviously that's never the case. 60% of the time or 70% of the time there's divorces and there's cheating, there's infidelity. What causes that? Why is it that the woman denies the man in the bedroom or vice versa? And how can we solve that?
When I counsel, the first glimpse I see when a person walks in, I see the spirit first. And I ask them, what is your relationship with your father? Or what is your relationship with your mom? Because we are a product of both, and we are driven by the lust of the eye. Oh, they're beautiful, they're handsome. I want to be with them, I want to be with him, I want to be with her. We must take a deeper look at the individual that we would spend our life with. That's not what the cultures teach. That's not what a voice would scream. Everything is sexuality. Everything is showing your, exposing your nakedness. One man is supposed to have one wife, but they understand it as a spirit. And when you are intimate with a person, you also are, what they give you is also their spirit. And believe it or not, if you think about this, how powerful energy is and sexuality, and most dogs look like their masters. Have you noticed that? Dogs look like their masters because of the energy and the exchange. If a loving dog can love a person and that exchange is there, the energy, there's also the energy of male and female, and they are intimate. Being married, there's an energy exchange. Sex is an energy exchange. So you are not attracted, you are connected to that person on another level. That spirit was in you, it had nothing to do with you, and her had nothing to do with her. Now you want to come together, but you're not a like seed. You're not compatible seed. But because we're driven by the lust of the eye and the lust of the flesh, then we have what's in us. We give birth to what's in us, and we create atmosphere. We give birth to what's in us, and we create atmospheres based on your DNA. Even it goes all 100 years, 200 years, 300 years. It goes back far, multiple generations. Who we are. So we don't always take into think that who you so see me as. I'm not just this person in this seat. How important is spirituality? How important is sexuality? It's very, very important. Ancestry.com. They get what they reach in your mouth and get some saliva from your mouth. Yes. They don't even need your blood. They need the energy from your DNA. And when we are intimated sexually in a marriage, we marry our DNA as well. It's not just you that they're marrying. They marry grandma and grandma and great-grandma and grandma's feet, grandma's hands. It's not just us. We're dealing with broken pieces. Every person in the world is broken, even the first family. Cain killed Abel. There is no difference in us. There's every person is broken. And one person asked me, Pastor, why is everybody happy and not me? I said, God, we just put a mask there. Every person is broken. And what helps me is that I have the gift of looking beyond the flesh. I don't look at the flesh, I look at your soul, I look at the spirit. And to say you're looking for a soulmate, I would never say that. You're looking to gain all the hurt and the pain and the grief and the sorrow and the tears, the variable of your past and the past of your elders. So you need to have an individual that God gives, that the universe gives based on your ability to excavate the stones of sorrow and pain and anger and close out to make room. We married the wrong person to mask and to cover up rather than examining ourselves that things in us can be revealed through therapy, excavated through acknowledgement. Because think about this, even when there are individuals who are drug addicted, they go to 12 steps, or a program. So these spirits been a long time, and so they hide. They go to sleep knowing that if their name is called, they have to answer. If their name is called by the right power, they have to answer. But when that spirit is awakened, after 13 weeks or 12 weeks or a month, it's ravenous. It wakes up hungry and they fall back because it hides itself in denial. It hides itself, and then suppose you meet someone and marry them when they're in denial. When the hibernating beasts are blocked by the stones of resistance to look at ourselves as we are. I'm perfect, all this time. You're just putting a stone in front of the tomb of your past. And those stones block new information and your ability to be purged and your ability to be truly healed. So we seek after what we didn't have. We seek after what we didn't have. And so it's, sex is easy. You can have a prostitute. Sex is easy. But spirituality is another level. Sex is easy. Prostitution is on the rise, I'm sure. But intimacy takes another level in that you're touched by the divine place. You're retaught how to love. Love is a lesson. Love is more than just feeding what the mom can give you. Love is more than feeding what your dad can give you, or the absentee father, or the incestuous behavior, or the abuse. But we mask it and make it perfect so that we don't have to self-examine ourselves. And then we get married. I can't hear you.
Oh, there we go. OMG. Oh, wow. Masterclass 101, Spirituality and SEX with Dr. Anela Pierce. What more can I say? It's been a plum pleasure and a privilege. I wish we had more time, Dr. Anela. I think me and you, we need to write a book. Me and you, we need to work on the show. Me and you, we need to do something. Whatever it is, it has to be done. We're going to talk about spirituality.
I am yours. I am because you are.
Yes,
I am because
you are.
I'm here for you.
Why? That's what's up. It's the Hapawards 2020 spiritual experience. Wow. It's a wrap, Mama. Any last words, please? And we're wrapping this up.
I want to say I am so proud of Papa and my own daughter Amber and Tina. They have done an amazing job, and her team, Papa team is excellent and exquisite. I've watched you work, I've watched your loyalty, and I've watched your commitment and your humility. I say that the best is yet to come. May you guys be known worldwide. It is yet to come, for you shall be known worldwide, and leaders shall call for you, and you shall come, and you shall present. Howard shall be as big as the awards, the Oscars in Chicago, or in Los Angeles, and it shall be big in Europe and Africa. I'm so proud of you. But the good work, your best is yet to come. I am because we are one.
Thank you so very much. Wow, what more can I say? I'm Kanyileka Ngwenya. It's been a plum pleasure and a privilege alongside Dr. Anela Pierce, the scholar herself. Mama, it's a pleasure. Thank you so very much. We're ready to move on to the next part.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much until we meet next time. time.
It's an honor.
That's what's up, Mama. It's the Hapawards. I'm coming the gap. We are out.
Welcome to the International Business Roundtable. This year's theme is I Am Because We Are One. And right now, the topic we're going to be tackling is economic growth for Africa. I would like to have everyone introduce themselves. I'll start with myself. My name is Monica Moradin-Sueda. I am an African, so I'm proud to be part of this topic. I'm a business owner. I own an insurance company. I have a music and movie production company, and I'm one of the executives with Hopper. I am glad to be here with you all. I know we have beautiful people with a lot of experience here. I will see Juliet Heckerman here. Juliet, I read a little about you, and I'm excited to hear from you. Can we start by you introducing yourself to the panel, please? Okay, while Juliet is trying to get her mic to work, we also have Jean-Claude with us. Am I correct? Jean-Claude, can you introduce yourself to us and tell us, you're also a youth?
Yes, Jean-Claude, I'm speaking from Washington, D.C. I'm normally the president of the new chamber of commerce of the DRC Congo in the U.S. And we'll be talking about the economical growth of Africa.
Yes, thank you and welcome, Jean-Claude. This is the topic that we're all going to be talking about. I'm not sure if Juliet's mic is working yet. Juliet, are you back on? No. No. This is what's going on with the world, the new normal, our networks. We're going to get it to work because we really want to hear from Juliet. I think
Can you hear me now?
Yes!
Okay. All right, yeah, I've been having a little problems. I think it's something with my phone because the last Zoom call I was on, I had some issues, so I don't know what's going on. But okay, you want me to start over?
Yes, please.
Okay, my name is Julia Hageman. I'm from Los Angeles, California. I am involved in the entertainment industry. I produce shows dealing with fashion and beauty. I also am a celebrity photographer. Along with that, I also work within Nigeria. I'm back and forth to Nigeria, producing shows for Silverbird Entertainment. I have a show called The Most Beautiful Girl in Nigeria, aka MBGN, and several of the shows I do there. So I'm just kind of all wrapped up in a number of things dealing with film, TV here at Paramount Studio, and some things I do in Nigeria.
Thank you so much, Julia. There's so many people, there's so many Americans that have never seen Africa yet. They've not visited Africa.
You said they have not visited Africa?
And I would love to know why and how. No, a lot of African Americans, they've not visited Africa yet. But you go back. I would love to know why, what you see in Africa, what makes you go back to Africa?
I'll tell you, I love Africa. As a child, it was like my dream. When I first learned in school more about Africa, I've always wanted to go. I had an aunt who used to go back and forth. This was a very long time ago. And she told us something about Africa, and I kept saying, I want to go. You know, I mean, this is where my ancestors are. You know, this is where my bloodline is from. So I've always wanted to go back. So my first trip there was in 1999. I was invited by Silverbird Productions by Ben Murray Bruce and the team to come out and start producing fashion shows and pageants. And my first trip there, I produced one of the biggest international fashion shows there at the Echo Hotel back in '99. And they decided to have me take over the Most Beautiful Girl in Nigeria pageant. And when I did in 2001, they finally had their first African queen, Bonnie Durango, who won Miss World in 2001. That was my first year taking over the competition. And ever since then, we've been getting great responses with doing that. And I've actually been able to take people back and forth to Africa from time to time, to Nigeria, to Lagos, Nigeria, and different parts.
Whenever I get a chance, I'm constantly encouraging people to go there, to experience it, to get involved, to do business there. So that's something that's still on my agenda, to get more people to go to Africa.
Thank you so much, Juliet. You're the kind of person I want to like find here. You know, I keep telling people there's so many beautiful things about Africa you don't know, but the only way you can know this is to go to Africa.
Yes.
Africa is a continent, it's a huge, and I call it a virgin ground.
It is.
Africa is a virgin ground. We have Dr. Gershom with us today. Dr. Gershom, could you introduce yourself to us and tell us a little bit about yourself, please?
It's an honor again to be on your show. To the award, to the Hapawards. I'm a doctor of philosophy and humanity, and I'm also a doctor of theology. So I have two doctors, so I have two doctorates. I'm a founder of Think TV that is currently touching over 139 million people, from Roku to Amazon Fire and Apple TV, and now it's actually been extended to Nigeria and South Africa, so now it's worldwide. And I'm also a humanitarian. I'm a founder of the charity that is, it attracts a lot of celebrities. We annually have it in Beverly Hills in town. We have superstars that come to our events and a lot of influential people. We raise money to eradicate poverty. I'm more passionate to eradicate poverty. Not just handouts, but to actually give people a startup capital, and not just to teach to fish, but to grow the fish. And I'm originally from Zambia. I was raised there, and I lived in South Africa as well, and then a couple of other parts of the world. And now my home now is in Los Angeles. I'm a founder of the company called Zambikes that manufactures bamboo bikes throughout the world. It has featured on CNN Business section. It has been there. It's there forever. Actually, they keep updating it because the way we do when we empower people, one bike is able to take care of 8 families. And our bikes go up to $1,000, $4,000, even $10,000. And we have branches all over the world for all the bicycle lovers. And I'm an author of many books. One of the selling book is called Breakthrough Thinking. I'm just so happy to be invited. I am into development, economic development, mostly a mind shift, eradicating poverty through a mind shift.
Thank you so very much, sir. Jean, Mr. Jean, are you with us? Okay, why some? So Africa, we're talking about economic growth in Africa. Africa is a huge, the continent, over 70 billion people, and yet underdeveloped. How can we change the mindsets of the world to go reinvest in Africa? Because right now, Africa, I see a lot of, let's talk about America. America goes to India, goes to Asia, goes to different countries to get people. Yes, some of the brightest people are in Africa, but they're not using us for mostly services. How can we get them to go to Africa and invest in us and, hire us to do the work instead of Africans leaving, because most of the brains in Africa are migrating to the Western world. They're leaving home. What can you talk about in this area, sir? Because you're talking about economic growth and work. What are your thoughts about this, sir? I'm talking to you, Dr. Gershom.
Oh, you're talking to me?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Okay. I have spent time, I had opportunity to speak to a number of diplomats in Africa. I used to do, I was actually invited to this seminar. We had over 50 diplomats, which means 50 countries representing those. And they were asking me about, can anyone prosper in Africa? The answer is yes. Africa is a virgin land, as you know, and it has a lot of resources. There's a lot of diamonds, real diamonds, not these diamonds that they make by eating, but I mean natural God-made diamonds and gold and oil. And beautiful people too. But the only difference is that get things done. When the colonialism came into Africa, important. The damage that was done, technology is very important. It's a slave mentality. It's a mentality that they cannot succeed or bypass a white man or bypass any other race. It's not about racism, but it's much more a mental programming that was done, because most Africans that were considered successful, they would be working for the white people at a farm. Then their parents are very happy to say, oh, he has a good job because he's working for the white person. That mindset, even if you have never worked, for example, I've never worked for anyone in my life. That's weird saying. It's because I decided to be a business person since I was 18. And by the time I was 25, I'd already had a successful business with 50 to 200 workers. But it did not just start because, it's because I had opportunities. I created those opportunities. I said, what is it that the West wants that I can offer? Usually you want to see, what can I get from the West? You have to say, what can you give to the West? That's a mentality that we need to change. I'm here in Los Angeles, I don't take away, I give in Los Angeles. I have people work for me in Los Angeles. Look, I work with superstars and most talented actors. I don't take from them, I give them. I give them the knowledge I have and the experiences I have. And especially that I know the Lord, I also help them to be spiritually correct. You know, they struggle with spirituality and all those things. So I don't take, I give. And the more you give, the more you receive. That's what happens. So Africa has a lot to give to the world, but is expecting to receive to the world. That's it. I think if individuals can become independent thinkers and become good stewards of ideas. For example, Nigeria has the most brilliant and the most educated people. I think they're from Nigeria. I know most of my friends who have like 6, 7 degrees. I only have a couple of degrees, but in Nigerians they have a lot of degrees, and they're real degrees. And yet they're still working for someone. How can you have so much degrees and work for someone? But the thing is, it's fear to break away from the norm. That's why, like Juliet, talking about producing and talking about the beautiful women of Nigeria, I like those shows. And actually, I would like to have some of those shows into our TV, where we have about 139 million viewers. It's just the reason why I bought a network, it's because it's so difficult to be on TV. You need to beg this, you need to do this. If you want something, if you want your voice to be heard, oh my God, you need to go through so many channels. But I said, well, let me just buy one. So I bought one. And I think that's the mentality that Africans should have. You buy one so you can help others. And you find that we have so many talented people in South Africa, living in South Africa. and many others. But these people are sitting on gold of the mind. They have so much ideas. I mean, I've sat down with some African ladies, how they think about designing a dress, but they don't just have the resources to design that. Just that one idea can make one a billionaire or a millionaire, or change somebody's life. When we had an idea of the bamboo bike from Zambia, made out of bamboo, everyone in my community despised me and said, why are you not dealing with cars or airplane? You want to deal with a bamboo bike? A bicycle? But I wasn't thinking about a bicycle. I was thinking about sales. I was thinking about, I'm going to sell so much to the Americans. I'm going to sell so much to the Germans. I'm going to sell so much to the Australians. And that's what happened to the Switzerland. That's what happened.
Thank you so much. I will come back to you. I'll have to reply you back. But let's go to our Jean-Claude, sorry?
Yes.
So can you talk about the same thing? Can you talk from your own perspective about that? Yes, please.
Yes, my perspective, as I can tell you, is different. Really, we need to see Africa, first of all, as a providential continent. And I will go back to the past to show how Africa has been able to give to the world, and Africa will continue to give to the world. And if I go back in the ancient world, we know that Egypt was the place where everyone was going to get intelligence, to get the knowledge, to get the science. The science came from Africa. And you know the Greeks who became very, very intelligent in the past. They went to Egypt to learn. But if I can go to the biblical world, the Lord himself was able to use Africa to keep a son away from the one who was trying to kill his son. And today, everyone is talking about Africa as the new market. Why Africa is the new market? Africa is the new market because in all other different continents, they have been able to use their resources. They have been able to do everything, but finally, they found out that they made some mistakes. But today is the time when we need to go to Africa to develop Africa. But also Africa has a lot of resources to give to the world. Most of the precious metal, stones and diamond and gold, most of them are in Africa. We just give you the simple example of what is happening today to use the technology. The precious mineral, which is happening to use the technology today, is the coltan. And the coltan, for most of us, we are getting 80% of the coltan in the DRC Congo, which is Africa. But to come back to your question, knowing why the African descent cannot go back to Africa, why African or politicians cannot use African to develop Africa, the answer is we need to dialogue. Me, for example, I've been in the US for 20 years. I'm the president of the New Chamber of Commerce. But I'm advising a lot of officials in Africa because what is happening today, like the previous my friend is saying, is about a mindset. We came from a colonial mindset where the colon knew where are the resources to develop Africa, but it didn't want Africans to know what he needs to do in order for him to become independent. It gave him the shortcut, which is not helping him to come out of the poverty. It's still like under the decision, under the advisory, under everything coming from the Western world. But what we are saying today, it's not a question of asking why. It's a question of what can we do? And as the people of the African descent, we have everything to do in Africa by starting by opening the dialogue between us with the officials of Africa. For example, me with my network, we started what we are calling the integration economy of Africa. We are trying to see how we can start doing businesses between African countries by opening what we call corridors. We have, for example, the cocoa coffee corridors. We have big producers of cocoa, for example,
in the DRC Congo, of the Central Africa, of Cameroon. We decided to create one corridor so that all the cocoa of this region can be considered as a product which can make impact in the region. And what we decided to do according to that, we know that when the Western are coming to buy our cocoa in Africa, we are making just 60% of the profit of the cocoa. Where now we said, enough is enough. We don't want to be making 6% of our production. We need to take care of everything coming from our cocoa, where we're going to be launching, or we are launching, the economic integration and vertical economy of the production of cocoa. What does it mean? We need to control the production by improving the quality of the production of cocoa, for example. We need to control the processing in order for us to make the chocolate block. We need to start making chocolate. We need to start now opening boutiques among the African community like China. When you go to the Chinese market or in the US, who are selling the Chinese product? Chinese themselves first. Who are selling in the Chinese restaurants? Chinese themselves first. As Africans, we need to understand that we need to come together as one and start working in a collaboration in everything we are doing to control the chain of supply of different products. For example, my friend was talking about the production. Who are working around in that chain of production? What is he doing with African intelligent people who can be doing better? Not just that he must be working with the Californian, but he must also go back to Africa let me speak right in all his own country or other different African countries to start training the youth of Africa. They are intelligent, but they are lacking opportunities. We don't need to wait for someone to give us permission. As Africans, we have the permission to do it, and we need to start the dialogue.
Thank you so very much, sir. I feel your passion. We're hearing from both of you, Dr. Gershom and Jean, not Juliet here, but get to Juliet. I hear the fact that saying, first of all, what I get out of this is that Africa is blessed, but Africa is falling down. Africa is failing, or has failed for so long a time because of accountability. I'm an African that I've been in the US for over 30 years, and a lot of people don't understand why I go back, because I see the big picture. I own a company here, a successful business, and I'm going back to Africa. Our problem, I see, is that it's not that we're not smart. It's because of lack of accountability. I cannot call and say, oh, we're not doing well because the West is not helping us. We have to help ourselves first, because Africa is ours. So for us to win, we have to want to win internally. So taking this away now, I'm going to go back to Juliet. Juliet, we have a thing saying, I heard them say about African Americans not coming back home. Like, Africa is a big continent, and there's so much about tourism. But our people are not going back to Africa to go explore Africa, to see, because we can improve tourism in Africa. By, if you go to the Dominican Republic, the Barbados, we go to Europe, you see a lot of us travel out there. But Africa is a place where we don't really go. How can we turn this around and make Africa a place where people beg to get into? It's possible. And I know, Juliet, because you're going back, how can we turn it around? How can we educate our people to see that big picture?
Okay, so, you hear about Africa, right?
Yes.
Okay. As we know, I think it's like 30,000 Africans studying in the U.S. today.
Yes.
So it starts with our young, and to me, I feel like before they even get here, you all need to kind of have some type of forum to talk to your young people about concentrating on, as the old saying go, let me think about what it says, something about think not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. So it needs to be started in the schools to really study upon what these students can do once they've gone to the U.S. What can they offer the country to come back? Think of all of them as ambassadors to help their country. I believe you all's biggest sales was in agriculture. and now it's in manufacture and IT. So many people are coming here, so many Africans are coming here and being in the IT industry. And I think something like that is a big industry, and that's something they really need to take back to Nigeria. Your economy is growing. I mean, you can't say that your economy is not growing. It is growing, but it starts within the youth to be able to leave from Nigeria or Africa and come here to be able to take whatever knowledge they know back to help grow their country. I realize sometimes things here may be very appetizing to make them want to stay, but right now, you see what we're going through. The U.S. is not at the top of the list anymore. So if I were them, I would be advising them to try to take their trade and take it back to Africa to help Africa to grow, to be bigger, as big as or bigger than any other country. You know, once they have seen the fact that how much the economy can grow there, I think a lot of people will be interested in going back.
Yes, thank you so very much. It is true. And we know that China is buying a lot of Africa right now, as we speak.
Yes.
If you go to China, if you go to Africa, most of the biggest industry, most of the biggest things we have belongs to the Chinese. So is it a good thing for us, or is it a bad thing for us? Because a lot of people think, oh, we cannot do it ourselves. And Juliet, you said something about us we need to talk to the younger ones in our countries. The problem is not the younger ones, because the younger ones go to school, they are educated, but the leaders are not providing for them to give them opportunities. That's why many of us run away from our country where we're so smart and become, it's like a brain drain. We come to the Western country to help the Western countries. But we have two entrepreneurs here that love Africa, that are working for Africa. I consider myself one of them. But I'm not where you guys are. One day I'll get there. But I believe in Africa, and I believe that there's hope for Africa. And people keep wondering, why do you go back? Why do you go back? Because I see the big picture. I see the possibility of so many beautiful things in Africa. COVID is happening right now. Africa I don't know about other countries, but Nigeria is standing tall. The death rate is not a lot, because when we want to fight, we fight. But there's a problem, there's a disconnect with our leaders and the youth. There are rich people and they are poor. There's no middle class in Africa. Yeah. So, Dr. Gershom, where do you see this from your perspective? How am I wrong?
What you're saying is very important. At one time I had a meeting with the First Lady of Southern Africa, one of the countries there. I don't want to mention the name. She told me and said, it's sadness that young people like you are not bringing the right investors into the country. And we're giving in to China because we'd rather keep people alive from not starving, even if we don't like the terms. But we really need true investors, true developers, but they're very few. I think China has become like a solution for Africa, but it's a bad solution. Very bad, in the sense that China is a communist country. It's not about the people, it's all about money. Money is more important than people. There's no human rights there, as you can see on the news. So not only are we receiving development from China, but we are also having the culture of Chinese thinking. I'm not talking about the American Chinese, the American thinking. I'm talking about the Chinese from the communists. They bring that into Zambia. They almost bought out the whole entire country of Zambia, literally. The country is only 16 million people. There is over 1.5 million Chinese. They have now started even making their own grave. They don't want to be buried together with these Africans. They have their own grave. What are they doing? They are bringing segregation. They are bringing their culture. If they were coming in and say, we want to be part of you and develop together and grow together, we'll see if we go welcome. But now they're like, I want to get whatever I can and take it to China. I don't care where you are. It's not their fault, it's our fault. We need to educate, we need to start encouraging people. Work. Being a worker will never make you prosper, but being an entrepreneur can make you prosper. Now, you cannot become an entrepreneur without mentors and without support. I think people that have a little bit of experience, like myself and many, we should be there for everyone who wants to be an entrepreneur and be able to offer some kind of knowledge and help. But the problem is, when you become wealthy as an African, you also separate yourself. You separate yourself. You are doing the same thing that the Chinese are doing. You're doing the same thing that everyone else is doing, because you are no longer feeling what they feel. You totally lose yourself. But there must be a balance. As much as you drive your Ferrari, just know someone can't even manage to a bicycle or a wheelbarrow, whatever, a rolling thing. It's got, they cannot afford it. So I think the higher we get raised, the more we should think about the grassroots and begin to change their minds that you can have your own car, you can have your own house, you can have your own. Actually, in Africa, the people don't have a land issue. Everyone has land, and they get it for free most of the time. The only problem is building and water. Yet there's so much water, but they just a little help. Our organization does wells drill. We started by doing wells, like boreholes for fresh water and all that. But then I thought about it after many years. I said, this is not working. Because we'd go back to the same place. They have destroyed the pump, and they're still waiting for me to repair. The whole village is waiting for me to repair the pump, because no one can repair the pump. Now I thought about it, that teaching just to fish is not enough. We need to teach people how to grow the fish. We need to teach people how to actually, farming is very important. Mining is very important. And technology is very important. We need to get more Africans into technology, into computer. Most of them, they know. Majority, they know, like South Africa, Nigeria, they know. But it's a way whereby right now Africa has got an opportunity to become the #1 economy using cryptocurrency, because credit cards don't work that well, because credit cards is from America and from Britain. It only works for white people. That's how it got separated. So it doesn't work for black people. But we need to break that it should work for everyone. Have you noticed that PayPal doesn't work in Nigeria? PayPal doesn't work in Ghana. PayPal works in South Africa because there are white people there.
I'm not sure. It depends on who.
PayPal. You know the PayPal?
I know PayPal, sir, and I think I'll cut in there and disagree with you. I think credit card works in Nigeria. I think PayPal.
No, I didn't talk about credit cards.
You said PayPal and credit cards.
No, PayPal doesn't work in Ghana.
Some parts of Africa, maybe some parts of Africa.
I tried to send money to so many places. So I don't think PayPal works in Nigeria.
It does work in Nigeria.
Oh, maybe that's good. Then I can support more people, because a few years ago I was trying to send money through PayPal. So I'm behind there.
Yeah, it's not as popular as it is here in the United States, but it does work. And in Nigeria, which I go every month because COVID has stopped me, everybody has a credit card, everybody has a debit card.
No, I know.
A cashless society, and
but I understand. Nigeria is one of the fastest developing African countries. I don't know if you know that, but countries like Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, these people are way behind. Nigeria, I can tell you, Nigeria South Africa, Egypt, even Zambia, Namibia, these ones they're growing very fast. Then in these other countries, really, it's really, Nigeria is even growing faster than Ghana, because Nigeria is a giant by itself. Nigeria itself can look after the whole entire Africa if we had to come together. That's how powerful Nigeria is.
So how do we change, I'll ask you this question and go back to Jean, because I know you guys have two separate views. How do we change this narrative? Because we know that Africa is blessed. We know that we are educated, because education is not a problem. The average African has at least a high school degree, certificate, so that is not a problem. And I keep going back to the fact that Africa is just poorly managed by the leaders. So how do we, the business owners, how can we change the country? Because right now, as we speak in Nigeria, there's riots all over the place. The citizens are taking over, and they're taking the laws into their hands and trying to say, you know what, we're not going to die. We want to move forward. How many years are we going to continue doing this? As soon as you make millions of dollars, you separate yourself from the poor. That is Africa for you. That's what's been going on. How do we change this narrative? How do we eventually win? I'm almost 50 years old and I'm angry because I'm like, whoa, look, it's not going to be my lifetime. I want it to be my lifetime. And Jean, please, can you tell me about, I love this because you both are in different areas, but you're both winners. How do we come in the middle? How do we win?
Yes, I think we have been born to win. And for everything in life, there is a process. For the winner who got the award at the Olympic, in order for him to get there, we don't understand what is suffered in training in order for him to get there. The award is just the result. But there is a work he has been doing. This person has been starving, and sometimes he couldn't go out with his friend. He had some kind of discipline in order for him to get there. And that's what we need to understand as Africans. We are intelligent. We have the most abilities to do things. We need to start the dialogue. The dialogue, not just for us Africans as Africans who came from Africa yesterday, African as African American, African as African leaders, African as African youth. You know, there is an American president said, we don't know what's going to happen one day when African of the African American descent will meet with African of Africa. Why? Because it's going to be a meeting of natural resources and capacity and financial capacities. You can tell me anything you want. What is missing in Africa is the access to capital. You see a Lebanese who's coming to Africa, an Indian who's coming to Africa, after 6 months is rich, and African who has been living there has nothing. Why? Because the support of African and Indian Exim Bank for an Indian who's getting with the financial capacity is able to get the natural resources of Africa, sell it in the African market or in the international market, when the African himself has all those natural resources, but he doesn't know what to do with it.
Hold on, can we talk about this, sir? You just said that the foreigners, like Chinese, Indians, they come to Africa and they get resources and acquire the things from Africa because they have the funds.
Yes.
But we Africans, we do have banks, we can give out loans, but we do that, there's no, I think, would we look at it as if there's no pure rules for them to get monies into their hands to invest, like getting loans? And not, because right now I know I was building a property in Africa 6 years ago, and I was going to get a loan, and they said it was 26%. What?
Yes.
20%
Yes, we don't have banks in Africa. So
whose fault is that?
We don't have banks in Africa. We have
whose fault is that?
No, that's what I'm saying. We don't have banks in Africa. We have buildings which are called banks, but we are not practicing the rules of a bank for people. In the US, the money of the bank belong to you. When you are going to the bank, people are begging you to get a loan for your car,
Yes.
to get a loan for your house, to get a loan, and they are making sure that you accept the deal on the table. The banks you are seeing in Africa have been set to stop Africa to have access to the money. You see the way you are feeling. You are going to the bank to get the money, but what they are taking you is putting you in a stress where you can say, okay, guess what? I don't need your money. But what happens normally in the bank? The bank must make its money on the people to make profit out of the money it's giving to the people. The banks we have there are set to stop the growth of themselves. Because when they're keeping your money on your hands, you are making you don't make profit. You need to put your money outside at the market so that they're giving you money back. They are giving you the money back. A lot of African who has been in Africa, they don't even want to deal with the banks. He prefers to keep his money with himself than to put it in the bank. You understand? And in the financial system, we see the weaknesses of the banks we have in Africa. Africans must learn what they need to do in order for them to start their own banking system. The banking system in place doesn't help them to progress.
Can I ask you a question, sir?
Yes, yes.
Are you saying that the banks in Africa don't belong to Africans?
Most of the banks who are in Africa, they don't belong to Africans because they are not there to help the growth of Africa.
This is the problem.
And Africa can be the head of the bank, right? But it cannot change the dynamic of that bank.
Sir, do you know that you can have a bank?
Ma'am, to have a bank and to decide on the rules of the bank is not the same.
No, but I'm a little confused. I'm going to have Julia.
I would like to be clear for you in order for you to understand what I'm talking about.
Yes, sir.
The banking system is a financial system which is helping a community by sharing of like a trade to grow. Now, the banking system you have in Africa, even though you see some Africans who are bankers, right? They cannot make decisions in order for them to help their community to grow. It's here in the US, we have some banks which are community banks. No one talks about them. They're in these small villages and cities everywhere in the US. But you can go to that bank, a community bank. They have all the projects designed for that small region. You can get a loan easily with them because they want their money to be kept in that little community. And that's why you can see in the US, in each part you are going, there are stores, there are development. The banks are set in order for them to develop the countries. But in Africa, the banks are not set to develop countries. The African business people don't have access to the loan they can get to those banks in order for them to develop their project in Africa. I will give you a simple example which is happening now. There is a Ghanaian who is working in a housing project and his video was viral. What this Ghanaian was doing, he's in Ghana, but in order for him to succeed in working on that housing project, he was able to meet with a lawyer from the US, a real estate lawyer. And that real estate lawyer is getting funds from the US market to go and help him to develop that project in Africa. And also that's something we can do African. As an African American or as African living in America, we can take the benefit of the loan we can get in a low rate in the US and develop a project in Africa. Most of the time in Africa, I've worked a lot of financial ministers in different institutions here. Most of the African banks will give you a short-term loan. Your loan must be paid in 5 years. In addition to that, the rate of this loan itself is not helping you to make profit of what we are doing. When a Nigerian who's getting the same, for the same project in your country, is getting money from Exim Bank, the rate he's getting from the Exim Bank of his country is a low rate. In some way, he's working for himself. When African who's doing business for Africa is working for a bank, all the effort is making is to give the money back to the bank in a high rate. But in the Indian is working for himself because the low rate is given to the bank. After that, is keeping the money for himself. He can do again other different projects by getting the money once in the bank. But in the Congo, in Africa, Africa must be going all the time to beg the bank to get the money to keep a little for a profit, and the bank is getting more profit out of the people. That's what we are facing in the financial system Africa is in.
Thank you so very much, sir. I will get back to you about this because I'm a financial person. This is my background. I own an insurance company. So when you're talking about things like banking, like things, I have vast knowledge about it, but that's not what we're here for. But I know everything you're saying is that, for me, getting what you're saying is that Africa's problem is Africa. The problem in Africa is Africa. You understand? Because again, like you said about banks, like people, because there's no regulations. Like the Feds here will give you the guidelines for interest rates and licenses. We do not follow such rules. That's why I keep saying about accountability and us following rules and regulations. So thank you so very much, sir, about this. I know, I'll tell you that, and for the viewers watching, a group of people can come together and form a bank, like a cooperative. We can all do this. Everything in Africa we can do for ourselves. I think we should be done with blaming everybody or anybody but ourselves for not winning in that category. But going back to winning in Africa, I want everybody watching this to know that there's a possibility for us to win. We just have to change our mindset and be winners, because we can be that. Miss Juliet, please talk to us about everything we'll be discussing, because of the four people here, you are the American. Every one of us here, we are Africans. You are an African American. What are your thoughts and what are your experiences with these matters?
Okay, I've been listening to what everybody's saying, and actually, they've taught me a few things, because there's a number of things I don't know. I actually moved to Africa in 2008, so I learned a lot there. I spent over a year there. It was great to learn about the difference between U.S. and Africa. Banking, I don't know a whole lot about. Here, yes, but I know really nothing of the banking in Africa. So there's a number of things that both of them said that I can agree with, I know about. But when you talk about, my main thing is that we really need to come together. That's my whole thing. Because I'm still kind of hearing just Africa's coming together. I seriously think there needs to be a more stronger bridge between Africa and the U.S. To really build the economy for Africa. I mean, a lot of people just really look at U.S. as our economy is so strong, and as you see, we're being broken right now. We're breaking down, so to speak. Nigeria, to me, is becoming stronger, although I'm constantly hearing about, oh, the economy is bad, the economy is getting worse, but you all would know that better than I would. I don't know. I'm only knowing what I read about Africa and Nigeria when you talk about the economy. I know what I'm trying to do as far as the economy, and my thoughts of the things I'm doing is through the media. Everything I do for Nigeria to try to help the economy is all done through the media. I am empowering young women for everything that I do there. When I have workshops there, I have like a 2 to 3 week boot camp where I train a lot of young women. Those young women go on to, so far, really are becoming business owners, which of course helps the economy.
Yes.
They are getting out, going other places, going to other countries. My girls from my boot camp, if you've ever seen the Miss World competition and you see the Miss Nigeria, that's my girl from my training camp. If you see the Miss Universe competition, the Miss Nigeria, that's my girl. I am trying to create basically ambassadors for the world through Nigeria. So I am pretty much trying to empower when I go there. Give them the knowledge that I have about the industry and other things to help the economy. So again, got a phone call. I'll ignore that, but basically that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to help to bridge the gap. And I think if we bridge the gap, that will help to make the economy stronger.
Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. Hope is alive and well. I keep telling everybody that hope is alive and well. And you're going to Nigeria. You've seen us in Nigeria. I've not been to Zambia yet, but I have a lot of friends from Zambia. And I saw a documentary about the Chinese buying up Zambia. And also buying up Nigeria now, because everywhere I go, they own the shops, they own the restaurants, they make the decisions for us. So that's why I keep saying it, this word. I'm currently doing a documentary called Tales of Our Legends, which is talking about our legends, people from the past, people that have lived their life to educate us in the present and also people in the future about how to win. Because again, these two gentlemen here, they are winners. They are doing something right. The problem with Africa, because if you look at America, if you take Americans to Nigeria, they cannot survive. But when you bring Africans here to America, they will try because they've lived in poverty and suffering, right? So what we need, somebody said something about how would it be like when you bring the African Americans to come to Africa and work with us. They will teach us what they know, and we will teach them what we know, and we can be a force to be reckoned with. I believe that so much, and I know that it's just a matter of time. People are going to beg, because right now, if you're going to, I don't know about Zambia, I might just give you my passport or give you a visa. But if a Nigerian or a Ghanaian is coming to America, this scrutiny, oh my God. Why? Because our passports mean nothing. But I know in my lifetime that there's going to be a time where you cannot just come to Africa. You're going to beg for a visa to come knock on my door because we're doing good. Dr. Gasha, what do you think about Monica's dream? Do you think it's a possibility? Do you think we're going to ever win that? Because I've seen it. It's close.
It's very possible, but the problem here is like our African American, they need to change and accept Africans. What I've seen, I've done business between America and Africa, found that most African Americans, they don't do business in Africa. And they don't want to associate themselves with Africa. I'm really so thankful of her. She's my best right now. She just made my day, my evening, that she wants to reach that. That's because most African Americans, they don't see themselves as African. Most white people, they go to Africa more than they're African American. I've seen the few go, but Juliet is making a difference. So we need that dream to become possible. So the African American, they need to know that Africa needs you. That Africa needs you.
Did we get cut up?
Hello? Can you hear me? Africa needs you because...
Yeah, you were up first.
Yeah, we are meant to work together. And you see, the Africans, they know how to thrive. And if they come together with African American, becomes an explosion, becomes unstoppable. They're good with the economic things, but Africans, they know how to close the deals and get things done. So the two should work together, and that dream, I'm seeing it now, like in the last 9 years, I'm seeing a lot of African American who are being proud to say, I went to Nigeria. They're being so proud to say they went to Zambia or to went before. They were all saying they want to go to Spain and others. Only white people wanted to come to Africa. But white people did not just come to Africa for vacation. They came to trade business and make money. And Africa remains the same. But what I can say is, since this is tech, we need all cultures. We need whites, black, Chinese, but and especially African American, to come and visit Africa. That will change. I enjoy the United States because I was raised in Africa, and I'm able to tell the difference here, and I see opportunities everywhere. Literally, I see opportunities literally everywhere. Then I meet my African American there, I say, oh, there's the problem. I'm saying, I see this opportunity, I see this possibility. It's because the difference is that we know when we know what is right when there's no opportunity, and then you can see the opportunity. So the dream is very possible, but we will need people like Julia to become the ambassador, to bring more African American and bring them to Africa. And most Africans, when they visit Africa, most of them, they fall in love. They instantly fall in love and get connected.
Yes.
I've seen that. I know I had a group of African Americans. They came to stay in my house in Africa. I'm in the US, they visit all the time. They go all the time. Almost every year they go. They love it. Some wanted me to live there, but they were afraid because of what they had. I think we need to change the picture that is being watched on TV about Africa being so poor, Africa being so much sickness, disease, and all that. We need, you are in the movie industry, we need to start with creating a product that says that African American, it's fine to come, Africa is a safe place. It's us who can change that picture that everyone else has been looking. What do you think, Julia?
Thank you very much.
Hello?
Julia.
Yeah. Okay, I definitely want to add to that. Before I started coming to Africa, I had my own concept of what Africa was because of the media. You know, they've always portrayed Africa totally different than what I have seen since I've been there. So every time I go there, I've done so much filming, pictures, and everything. When I bring it back to people, they're like, this is Africa? I'm like, yeah, it's the Africa they don't show you. Because the media, you know, a lot of the whites have a tendency to show you only the flies in the eyes and the poor, the hungry, and that's what African Americans really thought that Africa was. They never really saw the beauty. Luckily, they came out later with the Africa Channel and all of those things where you got to see more of Africa, but whenever I've shown them the women, the places I've gone, people are always amazed. I have gotten so many people to go to Africa and visit. You know, for the most part, South Africa, West Africa. I haven't even been to the North or East yet. But for the most part, I've gotten so many.
You're welcome to Zambia. Just let me know.
I will tag along, Juliet. I will go.
You said that.
I know. Your family is in the government. You know what it means when you in Africa when your family is in the government? It means things are easy for you. You can have access to whatever you want to.
Okay. You don't have to tell me twice. No.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much. And talking about African Americans, that's why I love Tina Weisinger and Harvard Washington for what they do.
Yeah.
Bridging the gap. You guys might not understand yet, but Harper is something. I mean, you see Tina and Amber go to Africa, they're exploring, finding. That's what drew me to this. That's why you see me doing this, because I love it. You know, when you see people that want to find out, they want to know. There's something that you talked about, and I'll tell you this. Last year, the team is retelling the African story from an African perspective. If we do not tell our story, they will tell it from their own perspective. So people like Juliet going out there and seeing for real what's going on and coming to tell everybody else, and they're falling in love with Africa, it's just a matter of time. People will start seeing the real truth, because I'm one girl that gets angry all the time. Because when they talk about Africa, I'm like, that's not the Africa I know. And, you know, Africa is not up there yet. We're going to get there. But I see a vision of power. I see a vision of winning. What do we have to lose? Nothing. All we can do for Africa is to make Africa great. Make Africa where everyone wants to come knock on the door. It's my dream. And I hope and pray that Sir Jean-Claude, thank you so much. I love you. We're going to continue our discussion.
But please give me the time to talk about the relationship with the African American, even 1 minute.
Yes. Oh, the floor is yours.
I will let you know that your dream is my reality.
Amen.
For me, my best partners are African American, and with the Congolese Chamber of Commerce, we signed an agreement between the Congolese Chamber of Commerce and the Black Chamber of Commerce of the U.S. And I'm going to say thank you to Ron Busby, who's the president of the U.S. Black Chamber of Commerce. And that agreement was signed in front of the ambassador of Congo and the president of the Chamber of Commerce in Africa, who came in the U.S. And most of my partners, for example, Ronnie Lucas and the Dr. Eric Burden, they're African American. But by working with them in Africa, I'm gaining some knowledge I couldn't get if it wasn't through them. Some must be educated to know about Africa, but others are ready. And when they are ready, I'm telling you, we are getting to some resources we couldn't get if we were just African. And today it's very, very important to recognize that. Make yourself the friends of most of African Americans who have been in the diplomatic world. They know a lot. They can teach you a lot. And they can open the doors for you. You never know. My friend from Zambia, my candidate, yes. Be a friend of African American who has been in the diplomatic world. They have the keys to open the gate of heaven for the big project we would like to do in Zambia. African Americans are brothers and sisters. I always see them, like Joseph, who left his brother as a slave, he went to Egypt, he became the governor, and he brought freedom to the life of each one of them. God, in his plan, he wanted our brothers to come in the U.S. for purpose. The mindset has been set like that because of the capital world. The bad news makes the news. Most of the people who have been going to Africa, they were going as non-profit organizations. When they come to the U.S., they are trying to make money out of Americans to go and do their job and pay their salaries in the U.S. That's why they have that kind of communication on us. The new branding of Africa, the African branding, must come from us. You are the one who's telling them, guess what? I have a mansion also in Africa. The mansion cannot just be in California. I have it in Africa. And we need to create the programs with our youth in Africa. We need to teach them IT, technology. I'm the president of the Chamber of Commerce of the GSE. I'm telling you, I have meetings with Africans in Congo, for example. In each part of the Congo, like I have that with you today. They pay their money to be online so that they can be trained by some coaches who are here in the US. And guess what? Today I was on the phone with someone who works for Amazon. I was thinking that all those people are here in the US, but the guy was telling me he was in Manila, in the Philippines. Why not as African? We can be opening the outsourced businesses for our people who can be in different villages of Africa. Electricity, with the new technology, you can make electricity yourself with your friends in a village. You can bring IT training for those people. You can do a lot. I work with a partner in the US here, where we are working with Chinese factories. We are making processing equipment on the phone, through the internet. We can train the people in Africa to work with us so that they can give those equipment to the farmers. We have a big market of African food in the US. We are trying now to get food from African farmers. We are getting, like we're saying, the corridors. Like what I said, the Cocoa Coffee corridor. We have another corridor we are working on in Burkina Faso, Togo, and Ivory Coast. We have other, like, we're going to be up in Kenya. We're going to be having a big conference on agriculture with all African descent. My brothers and sisters, the destiny of Africa is not difficult to get on our hands. This is a personal experience. I don't believe that our official, even though they can kill people, they can stop working and using our brain to develop Africa. We have to open the dialogue. One time I was working with the assistant of the government. He was telling me on the phone, you know what? A lot of people came from outside, they promised that they will come and help us, but they went, they didn't come back. I asked them, do you know why they didn't come back? It's not because they didn't want to help you. It's because you don't have a system set up for them to come and put their money and believe that they're going to make money. We are in the capital world. We need to train our brothers and sisters the mindset of the capital world. What language is sometimes between Africa and here is the blind spot language. We don't know what we don't know. And they don't know what they don't know. It's because they don't know what they don't know. They don't know that they need to know what they need to know because they don't know that there is a need of them knowing something. That's why you and I, as on this panel, and I want us to continue doing it. We don't just do it for Africa. Let us continue to do it and make it bigger and bigger and bigger again. Let us be concrete in working on projects. There are small projects you can fund with your money, with your friends in Los Angeles, in a village to build a school, a school in a village in Africa. Let us don't wait for the politician. The politician will look for us when we will see what we will do in Africa.
Thank you so much for your passion, Jean. I appreciate that. And I remember the topic today is I am because we are one. I would love to network with all of you here. We're here. I think I'd love we can get your information, like your emails and numbers, and we can talk together. I thank you so much. I think we've learned a lot. I just we will go over and over and over and over again with these topics. But in the end, all we want to do is win. In the end, it's to win. And I thank you so much. If anybody wants to say their last closings for us to say thank you. I hope the viewers, I hope the people listening to this are laying a tin or two. But I know a friend of mine was testing me saying, but we are educated, right? We just don't have the jobs in Africa. So sometimes Africa's problem is not education. We are educated, but it's our leaders that is holding us back in a little way. Either way, I thank you all so much. Please, let's network.
Thank you.
I am because we are one. I would love to network with you all. I'm going to talk to Amber and Tina. Let's keep our phones together. Let's not let this die. Let us continue working together and making Africa and Black people all over the world great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
God knows. I mean, we don't know what tomorrow holds for us, but it's a privilege to talk to you all, and we would love to hear from everyone. We have a registered nurse with us. We have a medical doctor with us. We have so many people that are willing, that are wanting to hear from you guys to educate us about mental health issues in these times that we're in. I'm an executive producer with Hapawards. I own an insurance company. But here today, we are all students, and we're going to learn from those that know more about health and our wellness. Can we start off with Ms. Faye? Ms. Faye, you started with us before, so can you introduce yourself and talk to us about mental health in this period that we're in? And again, before I forget, the topic where we're going to round up to is I am because we are one, Ubuntu. If you don't know what that is, I'll talk to you about it, but I know you all know about it. How do we survive in this era, 2020, with COVID and our mental health? I'll take it over to you, Ms. Faye.
Thank you so much, Monica. My name is Faye Lewis. I am a registered nurse. I've been a registered nurse since 2012. I currently reside in Springfield, Illinois. I travel. I also am the founder of I Nurse to Save mobile application for aspiring healthcare professionals and current healthcare professionals in the field. So I have worked alongside frontline healthcare workers for quite some time, even before the current pandemic, where shortages, nursing shortages, and a lot of things like that caused mental illness even for our frontline workers. We experienced those things that in the communities, and a lot of our patients, even though they weren't hospitalized for mental health issues, they suffered from mental health, even people that are going through the disease processes. So for me, the first thing that sticks out for mental health is first recognizing the signs and symptoms of mental health. A lot of people walk around and feel that they are okay, and they ignore the signs and symptoms. A lot of times as a nurse, our first initial thing is assessment. There's a lot of people that I come in contact with that, might say that they're okay just by in habit. So a lot of times we ask people and check on people and say, hey, how are you doing? And just by habit stance, they say, I'm okay. But a lot of times there are signs and symptoms that lead up to people that are suffering from mental illness. A lot of times there's not enough access to the support, or people don't know how to access support systems for mental illness. So you have to reach out. There's hotlines. There are a lot of people that have support systems in place, whether it's your community, whether it's family. And a lot of times, they provide you with coping mechanisms and how to cope with mental illness, especially right now during the pandemic. There's the fear of the unknown, and that can cause a lot of anxiety. A lot of people are staying away and being isolated from family, friends, loved ones. And that brings us back to our topic of I am because we are one. And a lot of times we don't realize how much we need each other. And this pandemic is separating us. We're using technology to communicate. There's not that physical touch. There's not that, face-to-face that we need in that community. Studies show that a lack of community directly impacts, positive outcomes in our physical health. A lot of times we see loved ones dying, especially in the hospital alone, and and different things like that, and that directly affects someone. A person with that support system kind of thrives more so than people that don't. So it's very important that we have one another to make it during times like this.
Yes, thank you so very much. I have Dr. Rodney here with us, who is a medical doctor. And sir, can you tell us a little bit about your thoughts about this mental health in the COVID era, and what people have talked to you about? What are their fears, and mostly when it comes to the African American community.
Absolutely. Can you hear me okay?
Very clearly this time, yes.
Wonderful. I'm so glad I was able to get things connected here. First of all, as mentioned earlier, and I did on a private call, Faye Lewis, I'm just so proud of her. She's a cousin of mine and has done some wonderful things. I'm so excited about some of the things that she's been doing. Me, myself, I've been a practicing physician in internal medicine and pediatrics, trained in the Midwest and Chicago area, and have been practicing in rural Midwest Illinois area for approximately 35 years. The first 30 years of which I worked in a primarily African-American community and very poor African-American community. And also for the last 3 years now, I've been working in a fairly affluent, very rural area that happens to be a probably 98% not African American. So I've had a little taste of those communities and very excited about having an opportunity to speak here. As mentioned, mental health has become a major issue during this COVID crisis. The biggest issue has been that people, particularly in the African American community and the African community, really shun going to a mental health professional. It's considered something against our strength to say that we're not able to cope well. And so it looks like a sign of weakness. And so that's kind of how we've looked at mental health. And so we don't go for help when help is very much needed. So psychologists and psychiatrists in our communities tend to not get utilized as much as they should. And so it ends up falling on the primary care professional. Myself, I'm not a psychiatrist. I'm, as mentioned, an internist and a pediatrician. So I see adults as well as children with their medical illnesses. But I have to practice, probably 60% of my practice at least is dealing with mental health issues. In order to be a complete physician, I actually have to do that. So I have to deal with those issues front forward. And I also have realized during this pandemic season, we're concerned about the mental health of children as well as the mental health of adults. But studies are showing now that actually children are much less affected by this COVID crisis than adults are. There are articles being written now showing that the children, because they're able to get adequate sleep, they're not having to wake up at the crack of dawn because they don't go to sleep at proper times anyway. And so they're not having to wake up at the crack of dawn to actually to go to school. School is right there, starting probably in many cases 2 hours earlier than later than they normally would. So they're able to sleep in, which is kind of natural for their growth. So children actually are, and they tend not to fret about issues that we have to as adults fret with. We're worried about the economic crisis. They don't have to worry about that. They live in households where they may already have those kind of issues taken care of. So those aren't the issues that they deal with. So mental health for children and adolescents, of course, we are seeing a higher incidence of depression and anxiety in those populations as well, but definitely nowhere near as much as we're seeing in the adult population. And I have the opportunity to deal with both. So I'm thinking that, as we round the corner, and we have not done that yet, although there are some that would say we have, as we round the corner, I do believe that we will see more mental health professionals coming out because the need is now being exposed. So I'm hoping that will be the one thing that will be positive about this whole COVID crisis, is that people will actually realize how important mental health is, because and how important it is, as Faye mentioned, that we are together, and because because we are one, absolutely makes sense. We do need each other. We need family. And actually the children have fared better because they're now with family more often. They're actually sitting down to meals with their families. And that actually has been shown in many cases to be very positive to that child's mental health, is actually having the opportunity to have family time, to have sleep time, to have time that they actually sit down and eat together. All of those things are very important, and hopefully we'll realize how important they are as we come out of this crisis. I don't want to take up more time, but if you have other questions, I'll be ready to answer.
I have a question for you. First of all, thank you for joining. My name is Miranda. I'm a writer. I've done a lot of writing in the healthcare space, specifically with Cedars-Sinai, the hospital systems out here. And you said something very important, which was mental health is connected to physical health. Can you just expound upon that for the people who are worrying and having anxiety and trying to put it on the back burner or sweep it under the rug? Why it should be just as important as eating healthy?
I'm very happy to answer that because I have to go through many hours of talking to patients about how important their mental health is, even without this crisis. I mean, even during a regular time, your mental health is as important as your physical health. There is no one thing that's more important than the other. They actually are equally important to your overall health. And I would actually throw in not just your mental and physical health, but also your spiritual health is very important. And it's important to be that whole person, that mind, body, and spirit that we talk about is so very important to our overall health. So yes, it is equally as important to understand that mental health, physical health, and spiritual health are all intertwined and as important in every aspect. And when you are able to be balanced in all of those three areas, I found that those people are the healthiest. They tend to live longer, they tend to live healthier, they tend to actually, if you look around, they do become wealthier, if not in money, but definitely in how they feel about life.
Faith, I see you nodding your head while he's speaking. What does this bring up for you?
Yes, I totally agree that the just from the healthcare professional, the perspective of the patients, when we see as holistic care, and we see how patients that are more stable in all areas of life, where they incorporate all of those, they have better outcomes. And in life, even when we follow up with patients in the outpatient setting, a lot of times they live, like he said, they live better, they live longer, they have better outcomes. So I just totally have seen that in current practice, that patients that not only their mental, but their physical and their spiritual health are all intact, or they're seeking help, they have better outcomes.
I had my daughter talk to me. She's first year in university right now, and she's pre-med in the path. And as an African mother, my daughter came to me and said, "Mommy, look at what's going on in the healthcare industry. You want me to go be a doctor?" I was like, "No, you wanted to be a doctor. This was what you wanted to do. What are you thinking?" There's a lot of stress with people that are in the industry right now that go and a lot of them get tested every day. How has this affected the people in the healthcare industries? You guys have to continuously take the COVID test just to be safe. How has that affected, like you as a nurse going into society and being tested every day? Has this affected you a lot? And have you heard the nurses talk to you about their profession? How do they feel in this era, thinking about this in an aspect of mental health?
There was a lot of burnout before the COVID era. There's a shortage of nurses. There's a shortage of frontline healthcare professionals. And the COVID-19 pandemic just added to that. Right now, they're outsourcing. They're doing, there's more travel nursing that's going on, where they're pulling nurses from different areas to travel and stay to where they can fill that void, that gap not having enough staff. The ratios are going up, the nurse to patient ratios are going up in the field, and that creates more stress. There's longer hours, and then also healthcare professionals, when they are in contact with a positive person, then they're isolated from their families. So there's a lot of frontline healthcare workers that has to separate themselves from their families so that they, for their safety. So that causes a lot of stress, and also a lot of times we care so much for the patients that we're caring for, we forget about ourselves. So then that's when you give out more than you're getting in, and your cup just become empty. So it's very, very important that we seek counsel and therapy for ourselves. So a lot of times, some of the hospitals and the healthcare areas are providing that support for the frontline workers. So that's very key that you utilize, because it could be there, but a lot of times we have to utilize those resources that are available to us.
Thank you so very much on behalf of Hopper. We are blessed to have, every day I see a nurse or a doctor or anyone in the medical field at the front end, I say thank you. Because see, we never really talked about things like this until now. I think sometimes I think God is making us reevaluate our lives to see what really matters, And doctor, when it comes to people, we talk about children and family. There's some people that are alone in their homes. There are no kids, there are no families, and they are just there by themselves. And a lot of people, mostly people that are drug addicted, people that have been rebounding, that have been getting their lives together, they're getting back into drugs. People are getting drunk. People are getting into all these bad things again. How do you advise them if they're listening? How can they get themselves back to that place of putting themselves back to the normal? How do you educate a person to say, hey, listen, don't go back to where you were before. Go forward. What can you advise a person like that is no families, nobody, staying in their own place at this time?
It's very difficult for those individuals because they don't have that outside source. So in the case of an individual that comes to me and talks to me about those things, which many times when there are addictions, you have to kind of dig it out as a physician. They may not necessarily tell you all the things that they're into. So you have to kind of dig it out as a physician. And first of all, once you realize what the addiction is and the issue with that addiction, it's very important to be able to direct those folks to the proper people that deal with addictions. But beforehand, they need to understand that they're dealing with the addiction themselves. And so they have to accept it. And so I'm very good about sitting down with them to talk to them, not using the word addiction, of course, but letting them know that this is a problem that we'll need to deal with together. And again, I always speak in terms of we have to deal with the problem together. As mentioned earlier, it really helps when the physician can actually sit down with a patient and actually have that patient understand that it is working, that they are working with the physician to actually deal with the issue, and they're not all alone in this. So even though they may be alone at home, they understand with frequent visits sometimes to the primary care physician, they may be able to overcome those things, just having those conversations, talking about those things, giving them alternative things to do, going for walks, taking time to pray. Being on the phone, doing Zoom connections with people. You don't have to be socially distant, as we call it. You have to be physically distant. And so what I encourage people to do is, I use that term a lot because it's used over and over again about about social distancing. We do not want to socially distance ourselves from anyone. We actually want to physically distance ourselves. You would be surprised how many people enjoy being on a Zoom with family members, with friends. FaceTime was a huge thing, and now we can do it in a Zoom. It's a wonderful thing to take the time to do that with family. And also, we found that even with our church services, that we can do Zooms as a church service. we can find all kinds of ways to actually connect without necessarily physically connecting. So when it comes to addictions, the encouragement is connect with others, because as mentioned, I am because we are one. That's what makes us one. That's what makes us whole, is really being with others. So it's really important that that I, as a physician and other physicians and nurses, take the time to sit down with those people, talk with them, let them know they're not alone, and also help them to connect with others, but also help them to connect with their physical health, as we mentioned. And then if they need further mental health help, they need to understand that it's a normal thing to have stress. And how they deal with it is really more issue as opposed to just having stress. Everyone has stress.
Thank you so much. Mr. Miranda, I want to ask you, as a writer, as a person that is out there seeing different people, how would you explain, when you hear people say, oh, it's the blacks that are dying more blacks are dying in this COVID, it's because we are not educated enough. How would you talk to somebody that tells you such a thing about this COVID and Corona and black people? How would you defend yourself to someone telling you something like this?
I think that it's really important to, as a writer, the first thing that you learn is that you have to vet your sources. Right now, there's just too much information. It is trying to drink from a fire hydrant, so to speak. There's just too much coming at us. From the television, you read the news, even when you just are pumping gas, they now have the TVs at the gas station. You can't avoid information. So what I would tell people to do is, we all have that family member who sends us the Facebook message or posts the really horrifying story. Try, if you can, for your mental health, to vet your sources and don't believe everything you see. Make sure that you know where to go. As Faya said, the CDC, the World Health Organization, have a little bit of a digital detox around how you consume information around COVID, because it might tell you, Dr. Alfred said that your spirituality is much as part of your health as anything. And if you're constantly seeing that African Americans and Africans are dying from this more, and that gets into your head, that's something that you don't want to take in and process and have the self-fulfilling prophecy, unfortunately. We have to be very, very concerning and discerning when it comes to the medical information that we consume. And even ask your healthcare provider, where do I go for the right information? Your healthcare provider can also let you know where they go for the latest news. And I think that's an important question.
Yes, thank you. I just feel like, now we have the topic going all over the place. Black Lives Matter. We have people talking about, everything when it comes to black is like in the bottom. I don't like that. I don't like that topic. I don't like people telling me that I matter, because I know I matter. But I just feel that there's a way we can educate our black people and the world in general, that we're all the same. And if blacks are dying more because of COVID, there has to be a root cause as to why this is happening. It's not just because we're black. It might be because of some reasons. Doctor, what do you think about that thought? Because as a doctor, I'm proud to see you sitting here as a medical doctor, and I see Faye as a nurse and a secretary. And I'm an owner of an insurance company. We are very educated people, and we're doing good in society. How do we educate people to stop looking at us that we are not? I mean, do you understand where I'm coming from? I want people to look at themselves and say, yes, I am blessed. And no, the reason why this person is dying of COVID is because maybe they didn't follow certain rules, or because of our skin color. So what's your take on this wave that's going on in society right now?
I'm so glad you asked that question. I have to answer that question quite frequently. The answer to the question is, one, if you look at the numbers, there are more African Americans dying from COVID. There's no question about it. Are we being less careful than others? No, that's not the issue. We die of illnesses regularly, and the education part is an issue. There's no question about it. We use a lot of the education that we get and we grow up with is information that we get from our parents, grandparents, and people that may not be medically astute. And so we do get a lot of our medical information from sources that are not necessarily astute in what's going on right now. And so that's one of the issues. Another one of the issues, of course, is our diet. Because we do tend to eat a highly seasoned or salty diet. That does have an effect. We don't always access the fresh fruits and vegetables that we should. We don't always do all of the right things that actually can cause our bodies to exist longer. So those are some of the issues. The education is an issue. Diet is definitely an issue. Exercise is an issue. We tend not to exercise. If you look at the population of Africans and African Americans, we tend to not exercise as much as the other general population. We may work harder. I'm going to repeat that. We may work harder, but we don't exercise. There's a difference between exercise and work, and we have to understand that. Just because we work hard and get big muscles doesn't mean that we're actually getting the exercise that we need, aerobic type of exercise that we need in order to strengthen what's the most important muscle in our body, and that is the heart. So we don't do that enough. So we need to really, kind of hone in on that. The Black Lives Matter, I do want to comment on that. I was initially not a fan of the term until I thought about it a little bit more. We have not mattered for so many years, and we've been put down for so long that we have to look up and say, we do matter. It's not that others don't, and it's not at the exclusion of others. It's just that we do matter. And so we have to let other folks say, yes, we matter. We're as important as you are. And so I think it's more an equalizing measure as opposed to an issue saying that we're so much better than someone else. And I think that we have to make sure we communicate that better. Because I think the communication many times sounds as if we're saying that we matter and others don't. And so we have to be very careful as we have that discussion with those that don't look like us, because I agree, we're all similar inside, not the same, because there are some issues that do happen more in the African and African American population than happens in other European types. There are some diseases that are more common in some folks more than others, and that's just the fact. But I take that as an opportunity to educate, because if I find that we do have a higher incidence of dying from COVID, that's an opportunity in my mind to actually have the education to talk about, I look at it as an advantage even, to say that because we have such a problem with this illness, then we have to be extra careful. We have to be extra careful around our parents and grandparents, because we're more likely to give them the disease. So that's how I deal with it. I look at it as an advantage to say that, look, because we are more likely to get and die from this disease, then we need to take even better care of ourselves than we normally would. So it does help to just have that conversation and turn that dark cloud into some form of a silver lining.
Thank you so very much. Ms. Ferry, what are your thoughts about this?
So as we had talked about before, a lot of times, like he said, there's things, comorbidities that's more prevalent in the Black community that causes us to be more at risk of complications of COVID-19. And a lot of times, even in the healthcare field, the healthcare access, there's a lot of social determinants, the communities we live in, the food we eat, and a lot of things like that plays a huge part in like I said earlier, in our community, sometimes Blacks live in closer communities. So a lot of times it's not as possible to physical distance, not necessarily social distance, since we're going to use, I'm going to change my wording now. I like that, Dr. Alford. So to physically distance ourselves because we live in close. There's sometimes several generations in one household. You have grandma, you have mom, then you have the child. So that's why in the Black community, sometimes there's certain things that, put us at higher risk. And that's like the prevalence of diabetes, obesity, has a lot to do with our weight. And then, sometimes when you do studies, certain populations, I know I studied the Chicago area in Illinois, and there's certain zip codes that because they're impoverished, that they get certain things, certain diseases, certain things that, sometimes I'm like, well, let me look at my area. There's certain things, there's grocery stores, you can go down to the how much access to fresh fruits and vegetables do that community have? How many grocery stores are there in that community? It comes down to all the way to not only what we eat, our financial stability, our resources that are available and things like that, that all encompasses, why we are at such a, higher or a disadvantage when it comes to recovering from an illness like this.
Yes, thank you so much. Miriam, I want to hear your perspective as to what they're talking about, because if I was hearing right, Dr. Rodney was talking about the Black diet, exercise, the food, and Ms. Faye was talking about our culture also being like packed in the same area. Do you think education has a lot to do with this? Would this help us? Are we living together? Are people more likely, African Americans, more likely to live together and get this disease due to the fact that many of them are not educated enough to buy out and move on with their lives? Or do you think it's just a cultural issue?
No, I think that there is something called healthcare competency, understanding how a health system works. Faye said something very important. She talked about social determinants of health. And I published research with Dr. Roberta Kapp in the University of Colorado. She went to Harvard Medical School, and she came from a low-income family, and she lost her mother to cancer because her mother was using the emergency room as primary care. And I think that there's a lot of us, people of color, who do not have a primary care physician, maybe don't have a family doctor who they can call and say, I've just tested positive for COVID, what should I do? I think that lack of access to information is something that we really need to work on, because going to the emergency room for primary care is clogging that system. When someone comes in and needs to be triaged because they've been in a car accident, and you're sitting there because you might be asymptomatic with COVID, you're not in the right place. So I think we need to educate people about what do you do with what symptom, where is the right place, and we need to connect patients with providers so that they can get long-term care, is what I think.
But I want to go back to you, Miranda. I would need you to talk to me in the perspective of our family, because we're having a lot of African Americans dying, and Doctor said that, and Ms. Faye said that too. So is it that we have to mentally restructure our ways of life, because we are all clubbed in the same locality, in the same vicinity, that we're more likely to get this disease? I am from Africa, and I'm in America, and I know that I need to get a primary care doctor. I know that I need to see a doctor. So I know that African Americans and Africans and us Black know these things. We need a little bit more education on that. Some people don't. But do you think that if we all try to disperse ourselves away from each other, do you think this might help society? Because we're not going to keep talking about this. We must find solution. And I think what is happening in society right now will have to make us change our mindset. I need everyone to answer this question. I'm going to start with you, Miranda. Because in a way, a lot of people are listening to this. I want us to go away with something where we learn something, a thing or two. You know what I'm saying? Please just talk a little bit about that. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the key action steps for mental health and for health in general, again, are to designate sources for your care before you need it.
Yes.
What we've learned from this pandemic is suddenly a lot of people need care, and there's hospitals are getting overrun. Have your care plan ready. I'm in Los Angeles, where we are having lots of fires, and they talk about having your fire plan if you have to evacuate. Have your care plan ready. Know how to navigate the healthcare system that you need. Make sure that you understand that you don't have to only call your healthcare provider or your healthcare system when you're sick. You can also call for other reasons. If you want to reduce stress, if you want help stop smoking cigarettes, you can call your healthcare provider. So I really want people to feel as though for their mental health during COVID especially, to have that care plan. You may not have COVID right now. However, you don't know what tomorrow or the next day will bring. Are you prepared? Do you know who you're going to call? Do you know how you're going to get yourself help? And that actually, I think, translates into helping your community and Ubuntu and your family. When you take care of yourself, you're actually helping your community. And thank you.
I love that. Thank you. Dr. Rodney, what are your thoughts?
I'm trying to put together a number of thoughts now. There's a number of things that you talked about the distancing of ourselves. I think we as a people, both African and African American types, we need to see more of the world. We need to see the world for what it is. And so if we see that, we can actually see that, yes, we have a great advantage here in the United States, but there are some other communities, some other areas that are doing well as well. And so we can take some of those things that we learned from other people, other cultures, and meld those into our own culture, so that we don't, so we take away some of the negative things that we have, and actually bring in some of the very positive things that we can learn from other communities. I really do believe we need to be more active in our communities, even in the political arena. We need to be more active so that we are not having to complain so much about what our political situation is, but actually be a part of changing it. So we also need to definitely be a part of our mental, physical, and definitely our spiritual health. We need to be more involved with that ourselves, so that we understand how important each of those areas are to our living. We need to find out if we're in those those zones where there are food deserts, and my cousin Faye so adequately mentioned. It is so important when you're in these areas that don't have grocery stores, that don't have fresh produce. There are a lot of areas like that in the Chicago area and in many other areas in our communities. And so that is a problem, and we need to try to fix that. Our entrepreneurship can come out. We can become farmers. Why not? We can, buy land and actually do our own farming and feed our communities, or look to some that are already doing that. And why do we have to go so far to get our fruits and vegetables? Our fruits and vegetables can be very close to us in our own communities. We can grow them ourselves in our communities, have those fresh produce. So there's so many things. I mean, I could list on and on. It would take me the full hour to tell you all of the kinds of things we can do to help our community be better communities. There is no one thing. There's a lot of things. And so we need to sit down and actually talk about those things, discuss how we're going to do it, and actually put it into action.
Thank you so much, Doctor. And Ms. Faye, what are your thoughts?
So the first thing that came to my mind when was prevention before intervention and being proactive instead of reactive. A lot of times there's so many things that can be prevented, and we don't have to, and we don't do the things that take those preventative measures, like going to the doctor. Nothing's wrong with me, and why would I go to the doctor? But to do my routine checkups to make sure nothing is wrong. then that's that prevention before intervention. Because now when we, a lot of times, there are cancers that are, if you do your preventative steps, that, they catch it at an early stage. And then now, you can still live on with life. But a lot of times we lack the prevention, those preventative measures, not having a PCP. And then when we find our cancers, they're at an advanced stage. And now, we're losing loved ones for things that could have been prevented if we took those steps. So my main thing is, prevention over intervention and being proactive instead of reactive.
Thank you so much. And remember, we're going to have you wrap this up for us. And we've all learned so much. I have learned a lot from you all. So I'll have you help us round this up. Talk to us your thoughts. And if there's any questions before we round up, we'll answer them. Can't hear you. You're on mute.
Technology, we're adapting to a new normal. I'm just so excited that we were all able to come together. And first and foremost, before we close out, I just want to say thank you so much to our two participants from the healthcare field. You are heroes. And I just want to say that you were heroes before, you're even more so now, and that we appreciate you. I don't know how often we as people of color in our workplaces, if we get appreciated. I hope you get appreciated. I saw Dr. Alford has a 5 out of 5 rating for his practice. He is, on top of it. So I just want to say congratulations on just making it this far and not getting discouraged. And because the two of you are not discouraged, you're able to encourage everyone who's listening to this, around the world. I guess that's it for this panel. Thank you so much. And I'm really excited and glad that we were able to get really to the root of what we can do. We talked about a lot of action steps, and I think that's really important.
Thank you all so much. I guess there's 2 questions. Doctor and Ms. Faye and thank you all so much. I learned a lot, and hopefully you guys will tune into to the next section. I think we are having some more business discussions, so I'll see you guys up there, or tomorrow at the live show.
Call me anytime.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Greetings to you, greetings to you. Are we ready to take this off? Today we're talking about economic growth in Africa, and the theme of this year's Business Roundtable, we're talking about I am because we are one, Ubuntu. Many of you might not know about this topic, but we can talk about it, and I'll tell you what your perspectives are. We're going to wait a little and see if we have Ms. Sean on this panel with us. And also we're waiting for Ms. Juliet. In the meantime, ma'am, can you introduce yourself to us, Terry? Can you give us a little introduction?
Absolutely, absolutely. First of all, it's a pleasure and an honor to be here once again. Certainly in some uncertain times that we come together today. I know last year at this time we were all in LA, yes, doing some fantastic things and having a great time. My name is Terry Stevenson. I'm the editor-in-chief of Impact Atlanta, international fashion and beauty magazine. I am here coming to you live from Atlanta in my own home office, where it has become a 20-hour day for me. Almost 6 days a week. This is where I spend most of my time. I am, as I mentioned, the editor-in-chief of Impact Atlanta as well as Impact Detroit. We are also an international magazine where we have a very broad African platform. We have partnered with the Hapawards since its inception. We're very excited to be here to speak with you about rebranding your business and reinventing yourself during COVID-19. And again, it's an honor to be here.
Thank you. And can you give us a little background about the resume about you, please? Okay, I think you're muted.
Hi, I'm Renee L. Haynes. It is absolutely an honor to be a part of the Hapawards. I'm just ecstatic. Words can't express how I feel, especially in this unprecedented time with COVID taking over. I'm going to say pretty much COVID is everything. And actually, it's a blessing that I am off today because usually I'm at the hospital working on the front lines, working with patients with COVID, and then also since COVID, I'm an executive producer for motion pictures, and I'm a COVID nurse on set as well. So, being able to keep actors, cast, and crews safe. So that has been challenging as well, but I enjoy it. I really enjoy it. So I'm in Los Angeles right now, originally from Baltimore, Maryland, and I came to California to work as a travel nurse. And just love the weather, of course, California. And I just been here, and it'll be 5 years come January that I've been in California for 5 years. Also, I've been in both parts of California, Northern California, where I was at Stanford. That was I love the experience, but there is a difference between Southern California and Northern California. Like I said, these times have been challenging. Being on front line, working with patients with COVID, and I have to tell you that it's not a thing where patients come in a hospital, they get this magic drug and say, "Oh, I feel good, I can go home." So it's not, they don't get this magic potion like they have at Walter Reed. But like I said, working with these patients have been challenging. But when they get to go home, it's like, oh my goodness, it's exciting. Matter of fact, some hospitals have a happy summer thing across the hospital when patients are actually discharged who have had COVID. So pretty much my topic is just reinventing yourself in the new era with COVID. So I'm excited to tell about my experience with COVID.
Thank you, Renee. We're here talking about economic growth in Africa. So yeah, that's the topic that we're going to focus on here. And I'm not sure if you got in here at the wrong Zoom, but you know what? It's fine. We can do. We can go with the flow. Here we have Mr. Sean Kizi here all the way from South Africa. Ma'am, thank you very much for joining us all the way from that late in your area there. Can you give us a brief resume about yourself, Ms. Sean?
Hi everybody. First of all, I'd like to say thank you very much for having me here. I'm excited. I'm Sean Kize, the reality star TV show of Kize, and I'm a businesswoman, a philanthropist, and I come all the way from South Africa in a small township called Ambolo. That's me.
Lovely. My name is Monica. I know you just came in here. I'm one of the executives at the Hopper, and I own an insurance company here. I'm a businesswoman, and during the time of COVID, we're going to just redirect this right now and talk about reinventing the brand during COVID. And sorry, like you said, because of all the technical craziness, and that's what's going on with the COVID. And what happens is that we have to readjust ourselves and reset our brains. So right now we're going to just keep on and focus on rebranding yourself during COVID. During COVID, let me just give you a brief background about myself. I have been working. A lot of people are sitting at home because of COVID. We have to close our companies, and the government said we cannot go outside. So as a business person, I have to think, how can I make my business work? How can I change myself around this new normal? So I have come up with a lot of different things that have worked for me, but I want to give it to you guys first to talk about what has worked. So far, my business is winning. While people are crying and hope saying, hey, no jobs, we're not getting paid, Some of us are making money because we're rebranding ourselves. We're trying to make error. So I'm going to take it back again to you, Terry, to talk to us about how you are making it work in this era of COVID. And again, I want to say it again because Sean is just coming in. Again, the theme of this year is I am because we are one. So let's look at it from that perspective. Thank you.
Absolutely. And again, thank you, Monica. I really appreciate it. And again, it is a pleasure being here because it has been quite challenging these last 8 months, trying to regroup and stay afloat during these horrific times. I do want to speak with you about a topic that is near and dear to me only because I had to do it, and we constantly do it as a magazine or publication. It is imperative and pertinent that we stay relevant. Okay, so most people think of rebranding as new colors, new logos, things of this sort. But what we fail to realize, and what I've learned during this time, is that branding is all about a perspective. What people perceive of me and my company. Okay, so it's not actually what you're putting out. It's about what people perceive after you put that out, right? So in reality, the question becomes, what is rebranding? What is your biggest reason for the rebrand? Oh, and then when should you rebrand? And some things that we should consider in our rebranding is what does our logo look like? What are new designs? What's new to the visual? I do want everyone on this panel and those that are listening to understand that those things are not rebranding, okay? Those are redesigning. So we want to make sure that we're clear on what the difference between rebranding and redesigning is, okay? And because things are kind of slow and we're working in uncertain times, it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to rebrand. Your branding is your collateral, okay? But it's not the component or the total of your brand, right? So rebranding is really an emotional shift, okay? Which brings me to where we are at this time during COVID-19. We become very emotional and we are from a business place because we think of one, am I gonna go under? Two, I can't go out and do the things that I'm accustomed to doing to generate revenue or exposure. So it's emotionally taxing. It's interesting because I've actually been on, not necessarily participating in some of the previous panels, but certainly listening to the information that was brought forth from mental illness and some of the other platforms. And it is imperative in our rebrand that we remain mentally healthy so that we can make the conscious and righteous decisions on what's best for our brand, right? So we can look at changing the direction of our business and our brand. So some of us, and I'm not sure exactly what type of business individuals are on this panel, but I can speak to retail, where there's face-to-face or contact, where you rely on foot traffic. We need to look at changing that experience, changing the role of that environment. It's a shift. We have shifted in our customer base, right? Because people are not coming in, we're not exchanging anything, we're not having that conversation. So what we do now rebranding is we reach out and we speak to social media, a big platform. We find partnerships with different individuals or companies or establishments like ours or have a customer base that what we have to offer can reach out to them or be pertinent to them. Nonprofit organizations is another great form of rebranding, partnering with the nonprofit. And in lieu of our theme here, and being as one, because we are one, I have partnered with Chief Joseph. He's the chief of the Maasai tribe in Kenya. I met him at the Hapawards last year. We exchanged great conversation for 3 days, and so we kind of connected and bonded, and blissfully I stayed in contact with him throughout this time. And his village is having it really, really, really hard. They're having it really hard. And so while most of us are worried about branding and rebranding our businesses and reinventing ourselves, we forget about our brothers and our sisters that are in those spaces that can't even eat. They can't even eat. And so what we've done as part of our brand here at Impact Atlanta, we partnered with Chief Joseph, and we have sent donations periodically. We've partnered with friends and relatives to, gain some sort of some funds for economic donations so that they can just simply eat. That's another great way of exposing your business and rebranding. Okay, so one of the number one reasons to build a better or stronger relationship with your consumers, we create a change in our experience, right? We look at our websites. I know that all of us, if you have a business, you have a website. So I say think about putting those email signatures on your website from your staff so that people can contact your staff members directly. Because there's no other way, right? Social media links, attach those to your website. Our publication, we make sure that all of our colors are big and bold colors, beautiful colors, positive colors, things that make people feel good, warm and fuzzy. Putting stories in the book that are not of negative and not solely of the place that we're in right now, but stories that people enjoy reading about and make them feel good, right? So we need to be the positive link to what's really going on that's a negative effect to our lives. I would even go as far as an employee surrounding people around me that are like-minded, right? That have the same idea, the same general idea of where we are. They can feel and see the vision, okay? Let's talk about a reaction to COVID-19 as it relates to rebranding our business, okay? So we want to ask ourselves a couple of questions. Are we active? And I heard that in the previous panel, it triggered something in my mind. It says, are you active or are you reactive to rebranding your business, right? Or to this negative effect of COVID-19? How we need to find ways to reconduct our business today. For example, again, as some publication, we talk about how to make our product more visible, right? Again, our cover more noticeable, taking advantage of our social media platforms and making our products accessible outside of the norm. Right? Because people can't go into these stores and buy these things. The online optics are prevalent and for the most part saving many businesses. So if you haven't engaged in that part of rebranding your business, look at the optics that your business has as people are trying to find it. They can't find you anymore. The only way that they're going to find you is through social media or Google. Make sure your Google is up to date. Right? Advertising. Because I am a publication, it's very important that I reach out to businesses that are willing to advertise because we do have a great social media platform. We have over 5 million viewers in Africa alone. So people go to Napster.com, which is the largest digital platform for digital magazines. And they reach out, so that means that other businesses need to reach out to us so that they can advertise because we have a great optic. So I employ and encourage everyone on this Zoom right now, or that's viewing or even hearing my voice, to look for those avenues that you can advertise and market your business with other companies that have a large optic platform to grow your business. So it's not necessary to change logos, change colors, locations, paint, and all these sort of things, because guess what that does? It confuses the consumer. They don't get a chance to know who you are. Studies show that 7 to 8 views or 7 to 8 optics or look at your particular logo is when it actually sinks in. It takes 3 to 5 years for your business to actually successfully grow and be successful. So you have to give your current brand the opportunity to grow and build it internally, because again, remember, at the forefront of my conversation, it is a perception of what people think your business is, and then how they emotionally internalize what you have to present to them, making it a strong communication with you, with them, the consumer, right? And then my last point, and then I'll move on to let you guys move on to something else. Think about, has your target audience changed, right? So are we marketing to people in a specific age group? Are we marketing to people within a specific demographic? So we have to look at that, because a shift has taken place. So we have to be more conscious and narrow it down to the people that we actually need to communicate with, that are like-minded, like we are, because that's who we're speaking to. If I'm speaking to you and you speaking to me and we're not on the same page, you're not interested in what I have to say, nor am I interested in what you have to say, right? So we move on to what's next. So we have to look at who our target market is. We have to be diverse and willing to adjust in the times that we're in, okay? So there's a reason God did not put eyes in the back of our heads. So we need to stop turning around and continue to move forward and have faith in God, because we know that He has our back.
Thank you so very much. I'm sure a lot of people have questions for you. I'm going to go to Renee, but I want to ask you this question, Ms. Terry. Just all the changes you've done during COVID, has your business gone up? Have you seen a negative impact in your budget, in your pocket, or are you still in the same stagnant area, or are you going up in this area?
I think from a optical presence, we have gained, I would say, about a 40% increase in our optics. Yes. And that's simply because we have focused more on the social platform than we did previously. We have a hard copy publication that can be purchased either through our website or through the Impact Atlanta. By the way, it's Impact Atlanta International Fashion and Beauty magazine. So you can either purchase through the website or through Amazon.com, which is for the hard copy. And for those that like to or not interested in having paper, then you go to the Maxter.com. And so, yeah, there has been a 40%, at least a 40%, and I may be off a little off on the numbers, but I'm fairly close to the percentage of increase in our